everybody. They make me do photos. You're welcome. Okay, because I don't take good pictures. I really don't. Okay. Are we ready? Okay. All right. Good afternoon. It is 5:43 on Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, for the TUSD Governing Board meeting. I want to welcome everybody to the second full week of school. And a quick trivia. Today is Left-Handers Day. Celebrate 10% of the world's population is left-handed. So Jim Byrne just raised his hand, his left hand. And also shout out to my husband, who also is left-handed. Okay, yay lefties. All right. May I get a roll call vote, please, Ms. Barboa?
Dr. Ravi?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here. All right, all five of us are here this evening. Thank you very much. We have a land acknowledgement statement. And I will ask Ms. Ekstrom if you can read the land acknowledgement statement, as we do not have a student this evening.
On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Jennifer Ekstrom, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascua Yaqui tribe.
Okay, thank you. And now we are to the Pledge of Allegiance, and Ms. Barboa, I don't have the bio for the student.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you, if you just want to email it to me. Hold on just a moment. I want to read a bio about you first before we do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
Okay. It is coming. I have not received it yet. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, a little bit about our student that's reading, that is leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Carlos Flint. He is a 6th grade student at Henry Elementary School. He has attended Anna Henry since kindergarten. His hobbies include art. He loves drawing, studying international flags, and collecting puppets. His other interests include penguins, baseball, playing pool, and he is a GATE student who loves to use his mind to solve problems. So thank you for joining us this evening, Carlos, and when you are ready, we will, you can start us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you so much, Carlos, and hope you have a great school year.
Okay,
Bye. Thank you.
bye.
Okay, Dr. Trujillo, I do believe we're at agenda adjustments.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, I'd like to request that the board consider movement of items 9.2 and 9.3 to follow the call to the audience.
Board members, any objections? Okay, I think that'll be fine. Thank you. All right. Okay, now we are on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, those of you watching us online, welcome to our first governing board meeting of the new school year. I will be ceding the majority of my time to our operations team, who will be talking about the current state of HVAC that has been one of our top issues that we have faced starting the new school year, our cooling situation around the district. And then we'll talk a little bit about summer school and how summer school ended. But first, I want to thank all of our hardworking principals, our teachers, and our staff for opening up a wonderful school year. I had an opportunity to visit several schools during the first couple of days of school. I want to thank the staff of particularly Wheeler Elementary, putting together a really, really nice visit. Had an opportunity to visit our new principal out at Ford, Mr. Vince Kelly. That was an absolutely wonderful visit. Being able to get out there and see all the great things. Just recently, I've been able to visit both Maldonado Elementary School and Miller out there in the Menlo Park area of the district. And it was wonderful to see all of our students and staff back into our schools. And of course, to welcome two of our newest principals into the role. Also had an opportunity to visit with the leadership over at Dietz. Visited with Mr. Vasquez, its principal, on its opening day, and really saw some wonderful, wonderful things going on. I want to thank the district's skill team, and those are the individuals that we dispatch from the district office throughout schools in small teams of 2 and 3. They embed themselves in our schools the first couple of days of school to assist our parents and our employees with literally any issues that they may be experiencing, whether it's customer service, whether it's assistance with registration and enrollment for a parent, or there's a software issue, a computer's not working, or a staff member needs help submitting a work order. That is what our skill team is there to do. It's also our way of bridging the gap between the employees that work at the district office and the employees that serve at the sites. So it's one giant step forward for our employees to see that we all serve the same students in the same communities. And it also ignites our district office employees in terms of getting them motivated, inspired, and energetic about the start of a new school year. I want to welcome our new AP course for our sophomores. We're going to be getting started here with the advanced learning community, the advanced learning experience community that will be fostering in a brand new AP course opportunity for our students. And then I also want to take a moment to congratulate our purchasing department under the leadership of Diana Kierfoot. And Teresa Chapman. We have 2 purchasing officers that have been recognized for excellence in achievement in procurement. We're extremely proud of our procurement officers. They are exceptional stewards of the public's dollars, and they help us exercise fidelity with regard to expenditure. So we're very, very thankful and proud of everything that they have accomplished as procurement professionals serving the district. And next up, we have a very, very special recognition. I want to take a moment to highlight the extraordinary heroism and courage displayed by one of our own on the morning of August 7th. Veronica Vasquez, who works at Mission View Elementary, she witnessed a car accident where a vehicle was literally engulfed in flames with a driver still trapped inside. Without hesitation, Veronica, along with two bystanders, they sprang into action, demonstrating incredible bravery and courage. They cut the seatbelt, navigated the wreckage, and successfully pulled the driver out to safety. Remarkably, after this courageous act, Veronica continued on to work, arriving later that morning. Her site supervisor, Marcus Almada, aptly expressed our collective sentiment when he said, "We are proud that she is TUSD." So I want to thank Veronica for embodying the spirit of service and selflessness that makes our district so special. We could not be prouder of Veronica as an ambassador of all we stand for in the Tucson Unified community in terms of service, courage, bravery, and spirit. So I want to thank Veronica for that tremendous display of courage and bravery in serving her fellow community member there. And with that, I'd like to welcome our team. I first want to begin with Mr. Frank Armenta, our Assistant Superintendent for Leadership and Student Success, assisted by our Senior Director for Curriculum, with a wrap-up of summer school and the summer school that was, sort of an executive overview of how summer school played out this year. Mr. Armenta?
Good evening, Madam President Luna Rose, board members, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel, and board staff. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you an update for the summer school 2024. I'm accompanied by Heidi Aranda, Senior Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development. I do want to provide you just a context for today. We'll look at the agenda. I want to just bring an idea to the board that we did work on this through the multi-tier support systems, something that we've been working on. So this was our first time at pushing it out through this way of summer school. So I just want to make sure you understand that that's the framework we're looking at. We'll look at the participation and budget, the satisfaction data, and the achievement data that we have for both programs. K7, and then we have 8, kind of 12 that we'll see. And then you'll have an opportunity to listen to each of those areas that we have for you tonight. I will turn it over to Heidi so she can share with you some of our participation numbers and the budget.
Good evening, board members. Well, we had another fabulous summer with great participation. We served over 9,000 students in TUSD, attended summer school this summer, and we spent about a little over $3.5 million. And so we'd like to share some of the programmatic highlights that students were engaged in and some of the results of the summer program. So first, in K7, we had, once again, the Full Steam Ahead program. As you know, and Mr. Armenta referred to, we worked with identified students through our multi-tiered system of support. We looked at what tier of students needed the most support. We identified those students. We reached out to those students, worked with their families to enroll them in our summer programs to make sure that our kids that needed summer school the most were in our programs. We had, of course, teacher-led focused skill lessons. That is the bread and butter of our summer school program. We all know that the biggest impact on student achievement is the teacher and their instruction. We also use the iExcel Summer Boost Skills program, which is a program specifically designed for students, struggling students, that are in order to prepare them to enter the next grade successfully. And then we also provided students with STEAM enrichment and OMA Fine Arts enrichment sessions as well. So students participated with the Summer Boost program from IXL, as I had mentioned, 12,000 hours on the program collectively from our students, 1.3 million questions answered. But the focus I want to share with you tonight are these two pieces of data, that when they were engaged in IXL, they were able to answer the questions that they were encountering with 70% accuracy. And IXL always will push students to the next level. If you ever sit down and watch your student or a student work on IXL, you can see them progress to that proficiency. So the questions get harder and harder. And 59% of the individual skills that they worked on, they brought to proficiency. This is kind of a glimpse of what types of skills they were working on. So a lot of times people say, well, okay, they got a lot of questions right, but they were working below grade level. Well, as you can see from this graph, our students, the majority of the time, were working on or above their grade level in math as well as ELA. So that is great data to know that our struggling students were actually being provided grade level content and practicing that grade level content. I do want to say, before I move off of this slide, that part of our summer program as well is the Move On When Reading summer program. Our students participate in full steam ahead. Just half of the time that they're there, they get very structured, targeted literacy instruction. The state had identified 90 students in TUSD that were at risk of retention. And of the students that attended our summer program, 100% of them were able to make the growth needed by the state and be able to go on to fourth grade. So we have had, for the last few years now, a very successful intervention summer program for our third graders identified by the state. So at the end, we always ask students, parents, and staff how they felt about summer school and how we could improve. And this is from the student satisfaction. The first one is, did you learn a lot in summer school? And you can see what we used was a star, like giving it a star rating. 5-star rating was the highest rating. So on an average, they said 4.45 stars. And then I felt safe at school. This is important because it's a different, oftentimes in the summer, it's a different group of kids or, mixed, a whole new mix of students. And you can see that they felt very safe in summer school. And then overall, how many likes would you give summer school? Kids understand that lingo of how many likes, right? So 4.49, which was a very strong rating, and that was of almost 2,000 students. This was our family survey. We didn't get as many families responding this summer, so that's an area that we will continue to grow in. But the majority of our families, over 90% of them, said they're satisfied with the educational opportunities that were provided for their students in the summer, and that they were satisfied with the students' summer school experience. Summer school staff, over 90% of them said they enjoyed working summer school. Almost 90 said they would do it again. And over 85% said that they believe that students got a lot out of their experience in summer school. And now I'm going to turn it over to Frank, Mr. Armenta, so he could share high school.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi. As we go into high school, I do want to bring to attention that we had a couple of programs operating. I believe when we look at this program, the programs that we offered during summer school, I do believe it was a nice balance of our programs that we do have. One of the things that we want to make sure that, yes, we wanted to continue with the response to intervention. As I mentioned, math and English Language Arts, better known as ELA. We wanted to continue with that. Those were students who had failed those areas. We wanted to make sure that they were still on target with that. Also looking at the credit recovery option, right? Making sure that students now at high school are making sure that they are continuing with graduation credits. So some of the deficiencies they had, we were able to do that. And then also, as we're also starting to see with our student population, credit acceleration, initial credit, students who want to get ahead. I can speak, for example, AP courses and IB courses. Students may have a full full class schedule, so they look at the summer to do that. And then sometimes students like to take econ, health, or PE. So we also saw that. One of the things that we highlighted this year in our freshman academy was called the Empowerment Bridge. And the Empowerment Bridge, in this case, I'll talk to it in a few minutes, but really highlighted the fact that there were some of our students that really needed some of that extra touch of help, attention, one-on-one. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a few seconds. We also continue with Exceptional Ed in their extended year program. We want to thank Mary Meredith for providing that. They provided that for the district. So we made sure that those students were there working with Dr. Salmon. And then, as I mentioned, advanced placement boot camp was offered, making sure that ALE was offering those throughout the 7 campuses that we saw in our district, making sure that we're not just doing the credit recovery and response to intervention, that we're also looking at those enrichment activities for our students and making those connections with their teachers. And then, most importantly, the celebration of 140 students that graduated this summer at the Tucson Convention Center, or better known as the Linda Ronstadt Center. Again, we wanted to make sure that we had a nice balance for our summer school programs, working with Ms. Aranda's department to ensure that we had those programs balanced, working with ALE to make sure we offered those as well. Drilling down a little bit more into this freshman academy that we looked at, we know that this is a very important transition for our students that go from 8th grade to 9th grade. So we really wanted to bolster this up. Again, as I mentioned, working with Ms. Aranda's office and working with Advanced Learning Experiences in the idea of how can we really get our students to really think about where were they at and where they need to go. So we looked at iExcel and iReady for those two components. iReady is what they did in middle school and where they were at, and then iExcel to think about what you want to do in the future. But most importantly, looking at some sort of curriculum that we can use, or program that we can really anchor our students' skills, and looking at that through Avid Essential Skills, and working with Catherine Jensen and Hillary Lutz to create these programs with the idea that all of our campuses had access to that as well. Again, most of our high schools, I think maybe with the exception of 1 or 2, are not Avid schools, but they ensured that they had those resources for that foundation of our freshman academy. And then again, the Empowerment Bridge. The Empowerment Bridge worked with student relations, alternative education, some of the DAPE specialists, also with the restorative practice facilitators, also making sure that we worked out with dropout prevention. So all of us got together, we made some phone calls identifying these students and asked these parents to come. We had approximately 65 students that were identified for this empowerment program. We identified those 65 through some criteria, through the code of conduct, through some of our observations, and we really wanted to make sure that they were empowered. We didn't want them to feel like, this was another place where they can get scolded at. We wanted to empower them and uplift them. We used some of our programs that we call 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. And then we coupled that with our freshman academy. We wanted to make sure that those students were together. We worked with the regionals to make sure that we identified that kind of curriculum and support that those students needed. Currently, we have approximately 12 students who've gone through this program, and right now, Dropout Prevention has welcomed them and greeted them at the high schools. So we're really hoping that we continue to move in this direction with this empowerment bridge. The other remaining students, Ms. Wambrandt and her department, are working and making sure that they have support. I think we're talking about maybe 50 students. And what she's done is she's making sure that the dean of students and the in-school suspension teachers know who they are, so we can make sure that we're seeing them. I do believe that the Empowerment Bridge was a successful program. Again, it encompassed a lot of people who worked on that. So I want to thank them for their support in creating that Empowerment Bridge. As we drill down a little bit more into the credit recovery and credit acceleration, we had 2 sessions for that. And as you can see, that we had at least a 90% passing rate in those areas of courses being completed. Again, looking at how many of those students completed 1,459. We look at those credits. We're looking at at session 1, most of our students participated in that. And as we get to session 2, we see that it dropped a little bit. But again, students were still engaged at a passing rate of 96%. I do want to bring to the board's attention and also to Dr. Trujillo that we did have some of our schools that had in-person math and English. So I didn't have those numbers, but I will make sure that next year I'll provide that as part of our data. In addition to that, we're also seeing some of our teachers using a blended approach, looking at APEX as well as having an appropriately certified teacher using that. Specifically, we saw that at UHS, where they had that opportunity where teachers were using that blended approach to support those students. But again, we can see that it was very successful, that we had our students making those credits up and supporting them as they transition. As we kind of look at those 8th grade to 9th grade students, we can see that we're using some of the average essential skills. Again, this was created and collected by Catherine Jensen and Hillary Lutz. They really asked me, what is it that you want our students to look at? So we kind of looked at some of the criteria that we wanted to see some of these students, and we can see that they were learning these essential skills. And so this is really what the average essential skills were that we wanted them to focus in on. So I really appreciate their work. And then the next one, you can see how students felt. I'm not going to necessarily pick this out, but I will share with you, I did speak to Steph, who is a parent from Tucson High. Her daughter participated in the summer program. She's kind of thinking, oh, I don't know what they're going to do in the summer. And she let her daughter write it out, and that before you know it, she was winning all of the AVID activities. And she told her mother, hey, I'm ready for freshman. I'm ready to be a freshman. She just, on first day, she was running around doing what she needed to do. She knew her classes, she knew the people, really developing that self-concept of I can make this in high school. So we know for a fact that these students were doing that well with that. And then as we look at the coordinators and getting feedback for them, and again, this is very important for us. We want to make sure that we're supporting our coordinators and supporting our teachers to make sure that they have the right professional development and the right programs and curriculum for them to be successful. And we can see how we supported them. We had one individual who didn't feel that we were supported, but again, that's good feedback for me because it lets me know that I need to do better at making sure I reach out to them. As we look at the professional development, again, we need to make sure that we're calibrating that to the need. And most of this is coming through Zoom. So there might be an opportunity for us to be in person, but I can assure you that I went out to all campuses and made sure that I looked at and saw what they needed. And then finally, when we think about, that really stands out, these two areas on the right. One, that the AVID curriculum was so well received by our summer school teachers and coordinators. And we want to continue to do that. So I really want to thank the ALE for that support. And then finally, looking at what we need to support them as we launch summer school. They really want to make sure that we provide a freshman coordinator, provide a summer school coordinator, starting out with 3 teachers in each of those, which looks at 3. And then making sure that we have that counselor to support them. This year we made that jump to bring the counselor to the spring side of the house so that way they can help them identify those courses for those individuals. Dr. Trujillo, that's the end of my presentation. Any questions, insights, or suggestions?
Board members, any questions for Mr. Armenta? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. First, did we hit our target number for summer school?
With respect to the...
To students who need to be brought up to speed?
From credit deficient students in the EL math.
All of the above. Anyone who we invited. Did we
Yeah,
hit?
so when we kind of look back at this, again, without having to drill right into the numbers, for me, when I'm looking at making sure that we have those students at, again, passing rate at 90%, courses completed at 1,459, I didn't have a number set for me, but I wanted to make sure that those courses were available for them. To give you a specific number to say, yes, I met that goal. Again, this was a year for us to really roll out the MTSS, so next year we can really look at those numbers. But for me, when I look at grade levels, we want to make sure that those students that, now just going to use something where we look at a junior to senior, we want to make sure they're at 14 credits as they enter their senior year. So we're looking at those credits to make sure that they're in that area. And that's why it's important for us to have that counselor to support them through that. But next year I can give you that specific data with what it looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see. So in regards to credit recovery, was there a limit to how many credits a student can make up? during
Yes. So my
semester?
office set a limit of 2 credits, meaning 4 semester courses. So that means they could take one. They can take a semester. They can take one semester as a half a credit. So they can take up to 4 semesters if they wanted to. Some schools allow them to do that, and that's up to the principal. Again, working with the counselor, principal, and that student to identify if they can do more. They actually can do more because we do offer a PM session. So a student could actually go in the evening with Dr. Chevalier at Tucson High and go for the extra 0.5 for our session and a 0.5 second session. So students can really make up at least almost 3 credits or even more if they work with their principal, counselor, and parent to identify that workload.
Okay, great. And then I guess some of the criticism I've heard from the community about credit recovery is that students can, make up a class or many classes and not necessarily learn the content or raise their proficiency levels in any subject matter. So when we did credit recovery during the summer, was that coupled with any type of response to intervention for math and ELA?
Well, and just to answer that point, I think right now we are working with Dr. Hewitt as well as Ms. Aranda to bring a committee together to review some of that. We did send out a call for community for some of our educators to join us on that. And what we're speaking here specifically is that initial credit, how fast the student can take something beforehand, and then also the credit recovery. So we do know that there is some individuals who are skeptical about that process, but I want to address the board and let you know that we are bringing a committee together to address that, just so we can make sure we have some of those pieces of integrity for Apex. We have worked really closely with the individuals and representatives from Apex to ensure that those pieces of integrity are there. Are there students who can go through this course fairly quickly? Probably they can. But again, we want to make sure that our teachers that are in those classes are monitoring those students and providing them the support. There's also skill sets that are set inside Apex where students can look and get that support through there. But I do want to assure you that we have a committee forming so we can address some of those issues as we move forward, especially in the area of integrity.
Dr. Trujillo.
Thank you.
And I will also say that credit recovery also accomplishes 2 main things. Yes, mastery is extremely important. When you have credit recovery structures, whether it's in person, like say an evening school class or a small summer school class, or you have it via like the Catalina online learning experience where it's a self-paced, what you're doing is you're allowing the student to progress through grade level current requirements without taking up their school day with remediation. So that junior is able to make up those freshman and sophomore courses that they failed outside of the school day without having their junior class schedule taken up with freshman classes during their school day, which just keeps them behind. Secondly, from the teacher perspective, our teachers definitely at the high school level, the overwhelming feedback that we get from them is they do their best work when their classes are grade level pure, meaning Algebra 1 is, to the extent possible, 100% freshman. When you don't have credit recovery structures available and you start putting seniors and juniors into an Algebra 1 class that's predominantly freshmen, it's incredibly difficult for our teachers. So when those seniors can take those credits and those courses in like a summer school or in like using Apex online learning or through the Catalina online learning experience, it helps us to keep those courses grade level pure for the teachers. So those are really 2 important features that I don't think we talk about a lot, but mastery is important. So we are, of course, it's not just about making up the credit, which is important for graduation rate and for dropout rate, but we also want to make sure absolutely they're learning the material as well. So I appreciate that work is happening with Dr. Hewitt in terms of competency.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I did just have one quick question. So, and I didn't see this unless you mentioned it. How many students did we have at the AP boot camp?
I don't have those numbers, but I can tell you when we look at the programs that we offered at that, We had that at 7 high schools. So at least the majority of our high schools offered that AP boot camp.
Okay. And I'm assuming freshman academy too, did we have good numbers?
Yes, I do believe if we go back, I think we had almost 10,000 students at the high school level. So we're probably looking at about 300 of those students in that area.
Okay,
So yeah,
that's great. All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other question? Oh, Mr. Romero.
So going back to slide 6, I think this was Heidi's area over here. On it, it talks about the proficient skills above at below grade math levels. And on the last one for 8th grade, we have a large amount of our students that are above versus all the other grade levels inside of there. Is there a reason you think that was so much higher than all the other grades?
Actually, I talked about this with IXL because it did, show such a variance there in 8th grade. So these kids were in the freshman academy program. I really can't explain, but it was a group of kids where they were, working and bringing those skills to proficiency that were above their grade level.
Okay, it just didn't look like anything matched on that one. Boom, 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 and then all of a sudden, this huge amount down over there. And then going back to, again, kind of the credit recovery on this, and I know it was part credit recovery and credit acceleration. Do we know how many people or students were actually doing it for credit acceleration versus that were doing it for credit recovery? It sounds like most of the people were doing it for credit recovery, if I'm hearing correctly.
Yeah, most of them were for credit recovery, but we did have a large number of our students doing the initial credit. And some of those students were doing initial credit through TUVA. We have those students who are self-selected during that time. And again, I'll make sure that next time I have those breakdowns for you specifically with that. But I did want to highlight the fact that we were focusing on response to intervention, especially in the math and English language arts.
And so I understand a little bit more about this credit recovery. So when a student takes this, do they get a letter grade or is it a pass-fail for that class?
They will get a letter grade for that. But in this case, if they're in the class, it might be a pass-fail. But they are actually recovering the class that they missed. So they're looking at that credit for whatever that grade was, a C, a B, or an A.
Yeah, the only reason I'm just wondering if the students that take this, throughout the school year, if they struggle and they get a B versus taking credit recovery and at a much smaller amount of time, and if they got, a C, how's that reflect the GPA of the different student for the student that's there?
It probably would reflect their GPA because it would go for their GPA because some students, we were trying to give students the opportunity for that. It shows up as an F, actually, when it looks, if they're doing a credit recovery. When you're talking about replacement, grade replacement, that's a whole other situation. But in this case, these are students who actually failed that course. So they actually got an F. So it wasn't a C or a D or anything of that nature.
Okay. And then as far as your pass rate shows, 90% of these kids that are doing that, what is our percentage wise, what do you have to do to pass these credit recovery?
Usually it's a 60%, and that's probably the minimum because some of our students have IEPs. So some of our students have IEPs that may have to have that 60% threshold. But again, they want to get to as far as they want, as high as the grade that they want. But just as similar as a sit-in class that someone takes, if they get a D, they'll pass. But I know that our students are not aiming for that D. Most of them are aiming for that higher grade. But just it follows the same grading scale. Okay. We have those percentages.
And then you had mentioned something, a committee for credit recovery integrity or something along the lines.
Yeah,
Can you
I don't know
explain a little more of that?
Mr. Randa wants to talk a little bit about that, but we are working currently on strengthening those areas in our credit recovery options and initial credit. So we wanted to make sure that we brought a group of people together to discuss those. It's in her department, so I give her the credit. I'm not that brilliant when it comes to that.
So the purpose of the committee really is to provide very clear guidelines for the different uses of APEX. So Apex is used in a lot of different ways. It can be used with middle school students to provide tutoring, has a great tutoring program, helps kids, catch up. But it is mostly used in high school for the purpose of credit recovery. And so credit recovery is, like Mr. Armenta was saying, student has failed a class. Now in order to graduate, they need to recover that credit. So they enter this credit recovery, we call them buckets in Apex. It's just like how the course is structured and what that student does, because that student has already sat in a semester of that class, like Algebra 1 first semester, right? So they fail it. So they will enter Apex and take a test. And what it does is it tests them on all of the skills that are covered in first semester Algebra 1. And it will specifically then create a course for that particular student. So let's say Mr. Romero took Algebra 1, but it was really like these 3 concepts that you just didn't get and caused you to fail Algebra 1. The system, because of that assessment, will then provide you a course that teaches you the specific skills that you missed. And maybe you just needed 3, but maybe Dr. Shaw took and also failed Algebra 1, but he had more skills that he didn't reach proficiency on. So his course might take longer. So credit recovery courses do tailor the student's proficiency. So it does get at that proficiency, but based on a diagnostic assessment, it will create a course for a student based on what they know. So that's a very customized course, whereas an initial credit course where, I'm in all AP courses and I just want to get this health credit out of the way. They might take it in the summer, but for that student, even if the student has all of the skills, it's their first time taking that course, they will have to do the entire course, all of the assignments, all of the assessments. So they won't get a tailored course. They have to take it all because it's the first time they've taken that course.
Thank you.
Teachers often need very specific guidelines. How do you teach a credit recovery course? How do you teach an initial credit? What should the settings be on the program? So that's really, we've needed some clearer guidelines for our educators and counselors too on how to use Apex.
Thank you for explaining the system. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Let's see. So in regards to the AP boot camp, I noticed that it wasn't offered for TUVA students. Is there a virtual option that we can explore next year for our TUVA students or any student who may have a job during those hours and still want to participate?
Sure, we're always exploring those opportunities. Just to give you an example, we did work with Ms. Satchko and Ms. Jensen to bring Avid into TUVA. So ALE is working and exploring those opportunities for those students. So yes, it's not a problem for us to explore those. But yeah, I do want to let you know as it's going into its second full year, we are continuing to look at how to refine and bring those types of experiences for our students who are online.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Armenta.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right, let's talk heating and cooling, specifically cooling, the cooling part of the HVAC issue around the Tucson Unified School District. So we want to bring our families, our community members, and our employees up to speed on the current state of cooling of classrooms and buildings in the Tucson Unified School District. I will say, we are thankful to the voters, of course, for the $480 million bond package, which is going to see new HVAC systems in about 65, 67 schools. The bad news is we're not able to do those installations all at once in the month of August. So this is going to be a year where we're still slugging it out with some of our older systems. So I want to bring up our Director for Facilities, Mr. Greg Meyer, to bring us up to speed on where we're at with the cooling situation as we are into the second full week of school.
Okay, good evening. President Luna Rose, Clerk Ekstrom, board members, Dr. Trujillo, and General Counsel Mr. Ross. So I'm very pleased tonight to be with you just to give you an update on how things are going with our HVAC and our grounds department. And so I'm not too good at these. Can you run that for me? Or Gene's my guy, so I'm going to let him do this for me. So let's go ahead and we'll talk about HVAC first. So we'll do the next slide here. Okay, so as of August 9th, we had in our high work order area, you can kind of see how that all lined out there by region. We had 62 work orders that we considered high. We also had 5 emergency work orders in the queue and a total of 478 work orders altogether. Now, if we do a rewind and take a look at what it looked like last year, I came in here and said that we had 576 work orders about the same time. So last year was very challenging just because of the fact that we had 50 plus days over 110 degrees, which is pretty much unprecedented, I think, in the state of Arizona. And so this year it hasn't been as hot, which is a good thing. We have seen a fair amount of humidity, which I think has impacted us too, just in terms of how the classrooms feel. And so that's where we were at as far as on the 9th of August, and I'll tell you get a little bit more what the current numbers are, but let's just kind of go through this first. So that's what we're looking at here by region. The next slide here will just kind of show you, this is just a little graphic that we do with the daily report that I get, because what this shows is just kind of where the majority of those work orders are located, just very visual, so we can see exactly where the majority of those are kind of grouped together. So it's just kind of a quick little summary for us in facilities in the HVAC department, just where those issues are. So, and the next slide then. Okay, so as of June of this year, we've closed out 793 work orders. And again, back on August 9th, we had 478 work orders. There were 199 in HVAC, 152 in our energy management control system, all the controls that we use to control the equipment, 152, 42 at the PM shop, and then 85 in contracted services. Okay, so before I get into this, so as of this morning, the number was 464 work orders that are currently in the queue. We had 51 work orders that were high, but we had no emergencies, so that was really good. So now we'll go on to the next one, and we'll talk about the HVAC contracted services. So right now we brought on a couple more companies to help us. We have a total of 6 companies on our BPOs that we can use to help us with all the work orders that we're dealing with right now. And of course, one thing that I did want to note is that this is the 3rd year now that we've used contractors. And so the 4 contractors that we used before, they become pretty darn familiar with our school sites and the equipment that we're using. So I think that's a big bonus for us too, in order to react quicker. Okay, the next slide. So, well, okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry, let's back up for just a second. Before I get off of HVAC, I just wanted to comment on a few things. And so the first thing is I'd like to echo what Dr. Trujillo just said. We're certainly grateful to the patrons of TUSD for approving the bond back in November. This has been huge, especially for the facility department, to allow us to address all the deficiencies that we have, especially with the HVAC side of things. And so as of right now, we have, let me find this. We have 7 schools that just got new package units put on the top of their roofs. I think maybe some of you are involved in that, or you might have gone over to see some of this. And so right now, so the list is Dodge, Blendman, Hollinger, Robinson, Lawrence, Wheeler, and Cabot. So those are the 7 that have brand new units on the top of their roofs. And 2 years ago, we replaced the units at Ochoa, and so that gives us 8. Well, to most people, you'd say, well, 8 out of 88, I mean, that's really not that. But to us, that's huge. I mean, you know, I'm almost ready to just be jumping up and down right now, because that's a big deal for us. And so I can't thank, you know, the patrons for approving the bond, because it's just tremendous. And so, and again, Our bond manager, Dr. Carter, is tremendous. Her team, our contractors, they're out there and they're trying to get this done. And as Dr. Carter always says, it's progress made and your bond dollars at work. I hope I got that right, because she always tries to make us repeat that when we're in meetings all the time. I'm pretty sure that was correct. And so progress as promised. So I think that's tremendous. And so just so you know, I want to get this right too. I got to pull out my little Post-it note here. Right now, Marshall is in progress. Davis and Monzo are coming up. We just don't have the equipment yet. So there's going to be another 3 that will come into the fold here. So that will give us 11 altogether. So I think that's really encouraging. And on top of that, I'm not done yet. On top of that, just in the last 6 weeks, we received 7 new utility trucks, 3/4-ton trucks from the fleet department, which is a big deal because now they all went to the HVAC department. And it's not because, I'm favoring anybody, but I mean, we got a lot of issues with HVAC. So now all the technicians, we have 11 right now, they all have basically a new truck and lots of AC in their trucks because it's hot on those roofs. It's 130 degrees plus. And so, I really got to tip my hat to all the efforts that they're making. So that's a real positive thing as well, to get the trucks. And so that is kind of what's going on with the HVAC. I think it's encouraging. But again, like Dr. Trujillo said, we got to be patient because we can't do this just overnight. But it's going to happen each succeeding year. I think the number I saw today was 57 schools in total will have the new units on their roofs when we're done with the entire project. So I think it's going to put us in a much better position, obviously. And the good thing right now is that those 8 schools that have those new units in place, they're under a 2-year warranty, which means any kind of problems that come up, that goes back to the contractor. So we just kind of go, oh, that's a bond. Okay, that's going to the contractor so that we don't have to deal with those work orders. And so, again, that's really a big thing for us. So moving on to the grounds engine. Okay, so what I could say here too, as long as we're talking about trucks, is the ground department got a brand new truck too, just here in the last few weeks. And so that's really a great thing for them as well, so that we can continue to replace our fleet. As you well know, I think last year, Ricky gave a presentation and noted for all of you that the average age of our fleet is 25.4 years. So that's getting up there. And so I'm just glad that we're making some progress with that, because I can't put my guys on buses. I mean, Suntran to have them go out to the schools. I can't do that. And so this is big till we continue to make progress with our fleet. So going on to the grounds, just wanted to give you a little idea. I know there's been comments about how we're not getting the grass cut and all that, and I appreciate all the comments, because I know that the parents and all of you are concerned about that, because we certainly want to make sure that our curb appeal and so forth in the schools is well taken care of. So as you can see with this slide here, there were 104 storm-related work orders that the team completed since July 1st, which accounted to about 433 labor hours just taking care of those storm-related situations. We also had, the department also put in 246 hours of overtime just to try to catch up, because they knew they were getting behind. And so appreciate them doing that. And then, of course, they did have some problems with equipment. As you can see up there, some mowers, and there was a truck down for a while that did delay their response as well. And we still have 15 sites that we need to get mowed yet at this particular time. So the good thing is that when I started 3 years ago, we had 5 employees in the grounds department, groundskeepers. Thanks to all of you and increasing the wage, we now have 19 out of a total of 20. And so that was great, because it's hard to run a department with 5 people in it, especially when you're talking about, the curbside appeal of our schools. So I'm very happy about that. I'm very proud of them. They're doing a good job, the best they can. And I think, as you all know, we also have a 3-person curb appeal team. All they do is they go around and they work on the front side of the schools, the street-facing view. That's what those 3 individuals do all day long. And so anyway, I have to tip my hat to them too. Again, it's hot out there. They start before 5 o'clock in the morning so that we can get them in sooner. And so they're doing a fine job. So I think next, I think this is where we get into the questions. If anyone has a question about how things are going with the HVAC and the grounds.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. I know you guys have been working hard and driven by a few sites and have seen crews out there. So thank you so much to your staff. Board members, any questions? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. I know our employees are working hard out there, and it's not easy work. And so I'm glad to hear that they start the day early so that they can mitigate some of that heat. And just want to make sure our people on the roof, they do have like tents to work under, right? Are we giving them tents that they could work under if they're on the roof?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not sure about that. I know I've heard about that. I know that they have their big hats on, you know, the big,
Right.
you know, I guess groundskeeper hats or whatever. I know they have those, but I've heard about that, about this tent idea. I'm not sure if we're doing that, to be perfectly honest about it, but we could certainly look into that because that's not a bad thing
Right.
to do as well, just so we have a little more shade
Right.
up there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. We can look into that.
Okay, please do. Let's see. And I know we've had some issues at our high schools, specifically Pueblo and Tucson High. When things like this happen, I know like several months ago we looked at the purchasing of like portable AC units out of DSEG. And so how many portable AC units do we have, if you know? And in the event that like classrooms or whole buildings are down, did we utilize some of those portable AC units to help with the heat?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because my intention was to buy more units this year, but the budget didn't allow for that. So we actually have 20 of those Freon portables. Those are the best ones because, you know, the evaporative coolers, they do okay for a while, but once you get into the humidity like we have now, all we basically use those for is fans to move air, because if you're introducing more humidity, it makes it even worse. Because what we've really seen more of this year is that our units are running in the classrooms. It's just that it's more humid and it just feels more sticky and everything is just not comfortable. And so that's something that we've been dealing with and making sure that we are getting our filters changed out to try that first to improve the airflow, because that will definitely help with the humidity side of things. And so, but in terms of those portables, that's something that we could definitely use more of, you know, if we could come up with the funding to do it, because that's the way I want to go. They're about, I want to say we usually use about 1.5 ton portables, because that's the largest one that we can use off 110 volts in the classrooms, because it's pretty unusual to find 220 in a classroom. And so we could use bigger units, but that's what kind of limits us, is the 110 volt situation. So we can do about 110 volt, which will do about a 800 foot classroom. I mean, it's not perfect, but it helps, no doubt. So if we just had more of those Freon air conditioners, portables, that would be a big deal for us. But it's just a matter of finding the funding to see how we could accomplish that.
Okay, perhaps maybe the bond committee can look into that if it falls within the scope. I have other questions, but I can wait for other board members.
Okay. I did have a question. So with the older units, that eventually will get the newer units, the type of Freon, I know that there's one that's been phased out. How is that come into play right now?
I'm glad you asked that question, because that's the R22 that you're referring to, and it's hard to find anymore. It's very expensive. I mean, I just roll my eyes sometimes on that because it's really expensive. So here's what we're doing. We've asked our contractors now, when they take those units off the roof, to evacuate that Freon, and we have these storage, vessels that we can take that Freon and salvage that Freon, because we already paid for it. I mean, we need to salvage it so that we can use it in these other units that are still out there. And I can't give you an exact number of how many are out there, because I'm sure that we have probably at least it's got to be at least probably 3,000, probably more package units out there, because most schools, a typical elementary is about 40, more or less, okay? And so we have thousands of those units out there, and a lot of them got replaced in the last bond, which was 2004. So, I mean, yeah, it's high time that we get them replaced, but that's what we intend to do, because, again, it's very expensive, and it's a good thing that we're doing what we're doing now, because this will move us forward into the future.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw, you said you had more questions?
Yes, thank you. Let's see. So I noticed you said we have about 6 companies that we contract with. And I know there's I think you said 400 or so work orders that are still ongoing. Are we able to increase the number of companies that we contract with so we can handle emergencies quicker and get those work orders lower?
That's a good question too. And we've reached out to a number of them, but as you all know, they have to be on a cooperative contract and so forth. Of course, I'm not the procurement expert, as I've told you all before. Kind of like to stay out of that realm. And so, but anyway, they have to be on a cooperative contract. And so we encourage them. I mean, our procurement department does a really good job explaining to them what they need to do. But it is a process, and just for whatever reason, maybe they don't want to go down that path. But I think right now, I think we're probably at a point where we're pretty much prospected everybody that we can with the 6. So, but I mean, it's not that we can't try to get more of them to come on board, because we see them all over town. You see the vans running around town, and it's a matter of them just making sure that they do the correct process in order to get on the cooperative contract so that we can work with them. But yeah, it's we just can't call them up and have them come over.
Okay.
Wish we could, but yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And then I guess this is more of a comment, and maybe Dr. Trujillo can speak to this, but I know parents were rather upset at the lack of communication surrounding some of these outages, specifically at Pueblo. And I don't think they were ever notified, or maybe they were. I think it was 5 days into school, and it was a video. And so, there are some students who have health problems and are more vulnerable to heat. And so I just wonder if we can, or how we can do a better job at having administration at different schools communicate to parents and let them know what's happening, so that they can prepare their students, or maybe keep them at home so that they don't, succumb to heat-related illnesses.
We will definitely set that goal, and there needs to be 2 tiers of communication. There needs to be better communication for standing outages where we know about them, where we're starting the school day with a set of classrooms or a building that's out. That we've got to get that down. The harder one is outages that happen in real time. And so that's a tough one when you have the school day has started and a building goes down at 10 o'clock. And it's heating up, and kids are starting to text their parents in real time as the AC has gone out. That's a tough one. And one of the things that, in sort of working with the Pueblo administration, we're going to have to get to a point where when that happens and you don't have the capacity to move the kids to a cooler part of the school, we're going to have to call school for the day. And that's not something, we take lightly, but we have to really start thinking in terms of the safety of our students and our staff is first, and we can deal with making up instructional time later. And that's just kind of a sad commentary of where we're at with capital funding in this state, that it actually has gotten to that point. And that those are conversations that, we've had with Pueblo High School, and letting them know that that's got to be our true north going forward. And we're happy that we didn't have to do that with school, but I visited Pueblo that Friday, and I myself was sweating walking through those classrooms and seeing our students fanning themselves. And I was able to have a good discussion there with the administration about, hey, there comes to a point where I know it's a second day of school, we're excited about opening, but in hindsight, we probably should call school for the day. And until we can get contractors in here and get the schools adequately cooled. So I think you're going to see more of that in the future, unfortunately, versus us trying to force our way through the school day, because that's an easier path for us to take with parents in terms of letting them know, hey, your kids are on their way home, or coordinate pickup, versus the constant updates of when is the AC going to be turned on? When is the AC going to be turned on? My kid has a health issue. My child has medication needs. So I hope we don't get there. I hope that this is the last year that we're dealing with some of the older systems. But unfortunately, I think that with the cooling season about 30 or 40 more days to go, we may have to go that route, especially with high schools.
Right. And I guess, like, during summer when all of the improvements were happening, I know we have like a schedule that we have approved or whatever, and it seems like it's mostly elementary schools that are getting it first, but in the event, like 2 weeks before school starts, that administration notices things aren't working well, if we can get that list shifted so that those big sites are taken care of sooner than others who may not have like a more dire situation.
Well, one thing that we did do, which we hadn't done before, was in June, we sent out all of the technicians and we had them check all the rooms in the schools and had them note it on a map, exactly what they were seeing, so we could take that information back to the EMCS folks and have them take a look at what they show on their side. And so we wanted to get another round of that in, but it just didn't work out, because we should do it to get a baseline when, like, right after Memorial Day, when everybody leaves. That should be the goal. Go in there and get the baseline, and then come back, like you say, a couple of weeks before, and just see what has possibly changed. Because with a lot of people gone, that it's not realized that there's an issue there, or potentially. And so that's one thing that we did this year, and I think that was a good exercise. And so we have to continue to build on things like that as far as being proactive. But the other thing I didn't mention is, along with replacing all these package units, we're replacing the control systems too. Because I've told you all that the longer I'm here, the more I realize it's just not the equipment, it's how we're trying to control the equipment. And in many cases, it's we have some schools that they're not even on the EMCS system, so they just run by thermostats. But the rest of them, there's 26 that are running on Windows XP. So that tells you it's really antiquated. So we're replacing that too, so that's exciting.
Okay. And then just last question. Do schools don't just turn off their AC or HVAC when there's nobody there, or do they? No, it's always on. Okay.
It's on. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. Have we set a determination for those schools whose cafeterias have no AC?
Yeah, that's a high priority on our priority list. Cafeterias definitely fall there. So, yeah, that is one that we try to address within the 5 days. That's our SLA for high priorities, but the cafeterias is part of that.
So are there cafeterias now that have no AC at all, who work through, day in and day out without any air conditioning? Is that just part of like their day-to-day, or is it usually fixed?
Oh yeah, it's usually fixed. I can tell you right now that we have an issue out at Robbins right now. And so that's the only cafeteria that I'm aware of right now that we're having trouble with. But what we did there is there's a unit on the stage too, and it's working really well. So we took out those evaporative coolers I told you about. We took 3 of those out there and we set them on the stage, and we used them as big fans to pull the air out of the stage area to get it into the cafeteria. So there's things that we just try to do to help as much as we can to try to get, to mitigate those type of situations, because right now we're just, on that one, that is a special compressor that went down, and it's one of those that you just go, can't it just be something we can go over to the parts house and just pick one up? But it's a special one we had to order. And so in the interim, we're trying to keep those kids, cool in the cafeteria. And so we kind of run into those type of things sometimes too. So we just have to have ways around it, but portable air conditioning is the way that we can go too. And it's just, if we can find it somehow, that would be big, because again, it just gives us more options. Because we don't want the kids in a 90-degree classroom. We don't want them in a 90-degree cafeteria. That's not okay, and that's what we have to go after.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Ekstrom. And I've heard about the cafeterias and also the kitchens. And so if we can also put that on the list, because I know a lot of them have like swamp coolers or fans or portable AC units, and they're just not working well enough. And not only kitchens, but our Duffy clothing bank is really warm as well. And so I know we
I'm
could add
aware of that
to the
one
list.
too. That's been going on for a while.
Right. Well,
I need to talk to somebody about that too, by the way. I just reminded me. So anyway, I need to talk to the director, Lacey. I need to talk to Lacey about that one. So, and unfortunately, since Duffy's not a school, it's not eligible for the SFD program. So we have to find the funding some other way. And Dr. Trujillo knows that that can be pretty challenging sometimes when we're talking about a Brickta or a Shoemaker or a Duffy, just because of that fact. So we'd love to jump in there on that, but it kind of holds us back a little bit just because of that. So, but yeah, I'm aware of that, and I guarantee you our cooks are very important to us, and they do a great job, and so that's definitely needs to be a priority for us to continue to work on the evap coolers that we have, to at least get them something in there until such time that we're in a position then where we can upgrade the air conditioning.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just like to add, so Miles is the one, we're in the kitchen where there's no AC. So if you could have that looked at tomorrow, I would appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. I think that might be on a list of kitchens that we're currently working on, but I'll check it for sure. Yeah.
And Dr. Trujillo, I'm not sure how the priorities are done for the HVAC units, but I think having people in the kitchen working, I mean, I think that's a big priority.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Maya, thank you so much. And again, thank you to you and your crew for everything that you're doing every day, keeping our kids and staff cool and making sure that your staff stays cool.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are now to call to the audience. And before we start, and I hand this over to Ms. Ekstrom, we do have interpreter services. Angelica, I do believe, I can kind of see her top of her head. She's right there if you need her services. But Ms. Ekstrom, floor is yours.
Members of the public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to a criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. Our first speaker is Jim Byrne.
Good evening, President Luna Rose, Clerk Ekstrom, Governing Board members, Dr. Trujillo, General Counsel Mr. Ross. Just want to speak on a couple of things. Number one, an appreciation for the receptivity and learning and listening on some creative ideas to make sure that the ESPs and classified staff, hourly employees who make the least amount of money got a bump that we're looking at in support. We're excited to take the agreements and proposals that we're tentatively agreeing to back to our members and looking for ratification. So excited to be able to celebrate on those pieces, very important. A couple of, I appreciate the conversations, especially about the HVAC issues, communication with Mr. Meyer on that, that there are the hard questions raised here as, personal health of children, our youth, the staff, and those yet to be born inside of pregnant staff members as well, inside of our classrooms that are too warm, and that there's direction being given to site administrators to be able to do the right thing for public safety and health on that one. Just a curious question to lob, and maybe this is a little bit more for Mr. McCollum in the CTE program, at what HVAC apprenticeships could look like to go towards working on those facilities. I don't want to rub licensing and certifications the wrong way, but I don't know if that's a potential pipeline on that. But just wanted to thank the governing board and district leadership for putting in the time to be able to make sure that there are important financial considerations for retaining the staff members who do some of the most difficult, challenging, and physically dangerous work inside of our schools every day for the service of our kids. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Pilar Reese.
Good evening. My name is Pilar Acosta Ruiz, and I want to talk about a couple things. I'm really glad that I heard a lot of gratitude for the bond passage tonight. I think in a good faith effort, it's so important for the Bond Oversight Committee to be accessible to the public. The voters have approved a whole bunch of money, and the meetings are not really accessible to most of the working public because they're in the middle of the day. I know this is not that meeting, but I know we have a board liaison that could take that feedback back. It would go a long way in transparency, accountability, accessibility. I think that, the taxpayers who are approved this bond should have an opportunity to have some input, to go to a meeting. I think that the other thing I want to talk about is, I'm working on Thursday. I'd love to be there because I think communication was also brought up tonight, right? So I think it's really important that we communicate with the public, the teachers, the students, not the parents, right? We have robocall capability to tell us when there's no school on a Thursday or a Friday, but why can't we use that robocall system to say the air conditioning's out? Why can't we use that robocall system to say there's a board meeting, there's a board BOC meeting, there's a BAC meeting? We need to do a better job of involving the community. So you have a hearing tonight on the budget. Just like last time, there's nobody here for it because nobody knows it's happening. So A, it's not on the front page of the website. Even if it was, nobody looks at the website, honestly, maybe 100 people in the whole city. You need to use the robocall. You need to use a press release. You need to do a press release for hearings. You need to do a press release for the Bond Oversight Committee when you're trying to push something really important through, all of a sudden we're going to talk about electric buses when that wasn't part of how you were selling the bond. It's not okay to push things through with a 3-day notice in a way that nobody even knows it's happening. So I would encourage you, in transparency and accountability to the public, to put a table the hearings and to table your pushing through of the electric buses. personal agendas can't be happening here. 21 seconds. So yeah, you've got a lot of ways to communicate with the public. You need to please do that. And lockers, I have a question. Don't we already have lockers inside the schools? I mean, did we rip them out? I don't understand why we need so much money to provide them. I think we have them. Okay, thank you. Good faith efforts.
Next is Bridget Gomez Munoz.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Gomez Munoz, and I am a proud parent of 4 children in the district, as well as an educator for over 24 years, and I am the school counselor at Sam Hughes Elementary. Last Wednesday, August 7th, I had to call a lockdown and 911 because a man was outside our fence yelling over and over, "Kill children." "This is a danger zone," he yelled. "I am going to kill." And other terrifying statements. Our MTSS coordinator ran to the back playground where our 1st through 5th graders were playing at recess. My principal, Kat Belaski, and I ran to the kinder playground because he was headed that way and all 3 classes were outside. Unfortunately, our PA system still does not work. So we could not rely on it to alert our staff and our students. Although the lockdown button was pressed, it is so low that it does not reach our entire campus. The reason our students and staff ran to safety is because of our teachers, our staff yelling lockdown repeatedly over and over. Mrs. Belaski, the 3 kinder teachers, and myself ran to get our students into a classroom as he continued to yell and lean over our fence, his hand right near Miss Belaski's face as she and I were against the fence, shielding him from our students. He was laughing, carrying a bag, and pointing to both of us, yelling bullshit over and over. I am here tonight because of my anger and frustration at the district's lack of effort, care, and action to make our school safer. We have been asking for a higher fence. Less than 2 years ago, an intruder jumped our fence and got into a classroom. We found out later that he was on meth. It was thanks to Mrs. Belaski who calmed him down and got him away from our students as she waited for 15 minutes for help to arrive. When is enough enough? When is it going to take? What is it going to take for our district leadership to do the right thing? No one from district leadership visited our campus to check on us last week, but I am thankful for the support from my fellow school counselors, from school safety and TPD. Sam Hughes needs a higher fence. We need a PA system that works, and it's not about money, logistics, or our neighbors complaining about higher fences and aesthetics. It's about everyone doing the right thing to keep our students and staff safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have comments to be read. So this is, I am writing to express concern for safety of students and staff at TUSD. We have been very fortunate up to this point as far as not having any types of mass casualty events, but we have had some close calls. My concern is that it does not appear that we are doing any type of upgrades to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to prevent such tragedy. We maintain archaic procedures such as yelling lockdown if a teacher spots a potential danger to students. Surely we can adopt a more effective system given the technological advances regarding security alert systems. Currently, we depend on people hearing the call for lockdown, where we instead could possibly have a system where the entire campus is alerted instantly via technology. Voters recently approved a bond. It seems to me that parents would be very happy to know that TUSD is putting student safety at the top of their list when deciding how to utilize these funds. I urge the board to take swift action to implement a truly effective security alert system in our schools. There are options available now that have been developed as a result of mass shootings in other parts of the country. I would like the board to explore some of these options and equip our staff with these resources sooner rather than later. I'm hoping that TUSD will take a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach to this current need. Let's do something now instead of waiting until the unthinkable happens. Linda Aguirre, current TUSD teacher. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, President Natalie Luna Rose, Clerk Jennifer Ekstrom, Legal Counsel, board members, and everyone in TUSD. Thank you for your hard work. My name is Guadalupe Henninger, and I would like to speak about item 9.2. But before I start, I would like to remind everyone that we live in a nation ruled by law. The government gets its power from the people. We have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. People choose officials who are going to abide by the rule of law and protect people's constitutional rights. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and the Constitution said, "We, the people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." And because we live in a nation of laws, everyone must follow the law. Leaders must obey law, government must obey the law, and no one is above the law. The Constitution establishes 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial. This creates checks and balances and separation of powers to prevent one person or a group from having too much power. Year after year, and for many years, I have been speaking for our students' well-being. In 2010, the GOP-led legislation choose to apply for the Common Core standard, which had a devastating effect in our education. It robbed our kids of the opportunity to get their full potential. The implementation was a disaster. It was underfunded. Teachers didn't get the tools they needed to implement Teacher and student mental health, stress, and anxiety was high. Common Core was underfunded and short-sighted. In 2015, the Every Student Succeed Act was passed, and it gave states and schools districts the ability to have their own standards, but the fundamentals of Common Core are still in place. We have had a GOP-led legislature for almost 15 years who pretend to make changes, but it's all symbolic because of the fundamentals of Common Core that are making our education system fail and are still in place. The AZ GOP-led legislation and the AZ GOP superintendent refused to fully fund our schools. The AZ GOP legislature and the AZ GOP superintendent allowed federal pandemic funds to expire rather than allocate those much needed funds to school. We are having elections in November. We need to elect those who are going to protect people's constitutional rights, invest in education, healthcare, paid leave, childcare, early childhood education, clean air, water, nutrition, and college education. Hello, TUSD Board of Directors. I am a parent of a 10th grader at Tucson High School, and yesterday he called to be picked up after school was put into lockdown again. There was a fight and a student reached into their bag to get a presumed weapon. Before he could, security was able to tackle him and avoid further harm to students. This type of incident has been occurring far too often, which is why I'm writing to the TUSD board to see what is being done proactively to prevent violence in TUSD schools. As you know, school violence starts in elementary school, usually as bullying and then progresses to fighting, poor school performance, and unwanted behaviors by the end of elementary school and into middle school. If not addressed early with preventative programs that foster a positive school climate, these issues will not be improved. The current state of these things seems to be reactive with lockdowns and security guards. One new change at TUSD this year, which seems like a good idea, is the need to swipe your ID to get in and out of campus. Other than that, I have not received notice of other programs being developed to help fight the violence at school. Last year, there was another incident where there were many fights occurring at the same time, and another where a student pulled a gun, which resulted in lockdowns. These incidents are terrifying to students and parents and negatively impact their mental health, emotional well-being, feeling safe at school, and their ability to learn without these stressors. Bullies and unwanted behaviors are displayed by students starting in elementary school. My fifth grader who attends Robbins reports on this far too frequently. His classroom peers are acting out in class, refusing to stop negative behaviors when asked by the teacher, and behaving inappropriately on the playground. When in middle school at Mansfield, my son, who now attends Tucson High, reported to me at the end of the school year that he was getting challenged to fights every day in the school stairwell by much other smaller students who had been tasked to see if they could beat him up. Unfortunately, he did not tell me until the last day of school for fear that my intervening would worsen the problem. He wanted to handle this situation on his own. After discussing it with him, he understood how dangerous this was because one of those kids could have pulled a knife or a gun on him, and he could have been seriously injured. This is the current culture with students at school. They are afraid to let their parents and teachers know about bullying because they fear the potential consequences they would face by bullies at school. They are afraid for their safety. This is not a healthy learning environment. My children are not the only ones affected by bullying and violence in schools. In my over 20 years as a pediatric nurse practitioner, children's teens and their parents would address these issues and concerns with me regularly. And that is from Melissa Young. We can have that sent, the rest of the comments sent to the board. And that concludes the call to the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. Board members.
Rose?
Yes.
Just a point of information. Are there more comments to be
No.
read? Okay, thank you.
Okay. But the 3 minutes was up on this letter, so.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. Board members, any comment? Mr. Romero.
I know we had a couple people talk, or one Bridget talked today, and Lydia in the call to the audience here. And I know I've personally got a multitude of other security issues from some of our different schools. And, something, you could see the, how much care that this Bridget had for, taking care of the students on the campus. I just think we should let administration, kind of like what was mentioned today, take a proactive approach looking at other security options. And I know, security fencing is one thing that a lot of things the board is going to be helping on, but there are other options to enhance our security on our schools, PA systems, et cetera, et cetera. I think we should look at all options and bring presentations to the board.
Okay, thank you. Michelle.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who spoke today. I want to echo Mr. Romero and his call for a presentation on improving our school safety. Thank you, Ms. Bridget, for speaking out. When she reached out to the board, that was the first I heard of the incident at Sam Hughes. And when lockdowns happen, I would like the board to be notified that day so that we're not caught off guard, so that we can react and, be able to speak on these issues. And, in regards to the ongoing issue with Sam Hughes fence, I really wish that we wouldn't, seemingly take board action outside of the meeting and politic with different community groups to promise something that maybe not feasible or timely. We definitely should have gotten the fence at Sam Hughes raised long ago, and I apologize to the Sam Hughes community that we failed to do so, and that this situation happened. And so if we can get Sam Hughes fenced, raised, immediately put to the top of the list, I think that would go a long way. And also, if we can improve their PA system so that it can reach every spot in their campus. And Mr. Romero spoke to this, but if we, in that presentation at a future meeting, can get an update on improving our security alert systems or PA systems at every school, and maybe an update on how each school's PA system is working, and if it's maybe should just totally be rehauled. Thank you, Mr. Byrne, for your suggestion about the HVAC apprenticeship. I wonder if Mr. McCollum could provide the board with some information about different CTE apprenticeships that are happening or could happen across the district. Yeah, and same thing with the speaker who spoke on the lockdown at Tucson High School. If we can get a presentation at a future meeting about what programs are currently ongoing to mitigate school violence. Thank you.
Ms. Ekstrom?
I know we're not supposed to address the topic more than once, but I just want to address the topic of neighborhoods and them having a say on how we institute fencing, et cetera. I think the priority needs to be our school. So I know that may not be popular opinion, but we need to get that fence up, and it's been a year. It's time, and that's a very scary situation that happened. And I also agree. I think we need to audit all of our schools to make sure that the PA systems work.
Anything else? Okay. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, so I want to address two calls to the audience. I think the administration, we need to do a better job of equity of voice. In hindsight, I believe in our efforts to really collaborate and be transparent with the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Association, I can see where their concerns regarding a fence that was ready to be installed last year, a chain link fence that was ready to go, due to concerns that they had about aesthetics, due to the concerns that they had about what the fence might do to the property value. We should have done a better job of giving equitable voice to our staff members, and for that, I do take responsibility. We are moving forward with the fence, and I don't want that to be a negative message to the Sam Hughes Neighborhood Association. I feel like we've given them an opportunity to speak their piece. I think we've gone above and beyond in terms of even delaying the project. But I think it's time to act, it's time to move. And I know that this decision will probably generate some association concerns and noise, but I'm happy to hear that we have several board members that have spoken publicly about supporting the immediate installation of the gating and fencing that we certainly will move forward with. With regard to our parent, our Tucson High parent, absolutely not to diminish the concern that she has for her young person. Certainly to acknowledge that we have real work to do with violence prevention amongst young people in our schools. But I also want to clarify that there was no weapon found in yesterday's incident. Yesterday's incident was not a brawl. It was a one-on-one student fight. Students, as young people do, tend to gather around a disturbance. Not that they're actively participating, but the sheer mass of students can create anxiety. Luckily, because of the relationships that our administrators and our teachers have with our young people, the crowd did peacefully disperse. And the vast majority of students at Tucson High are wonderful young people. They come to school every day. They go to AP classes. They go to CTE classes. They're there for the arts, whether that's mariachi, whether it's STEAM, or whether it's award-winning AP classes that they have there at the campus or the theater arts. The vast majority of students are not involved in fights, are not involved in incidents of violence. And yes, we can do a better job for those that do make that decision. We can always have better programming, more interventions, and we certainly look forward to highlighting those programs and those interventions for the small percentage of students that find themselves in that situation.
All right. Thank you very much. We are now, that ends the call of the audience, and we are now on to item 9.2, Arizona Supreme Court ruling on the TUSD desegregation property tax. Dr. Trujillo.
I want to welcome our chief financial officer, Mr. Ricky Hernandez. to kind of give the public a general overview of what the recent Supreme Court ruling on the current TUSD desegregation tax levy means in the short term in terms of the immediate budgetary impact for this fiscal year, and then what it also means going forward. I want to appreciate our employees' patience. I know that they've been wanting some answers. Is this going to mean cuts, or are we going to make any cuts or reductions? It's taken us a minute to really analyze all the different tax rates with all the different jurisdictions to give a really clear and concise presentation, which is what we're here to do this evening. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. So we're going to talk property taxes and the impact of the Supreme Court decision. In the budget agenda, or the board agenda item, I should say, there is a copy of the full decision from the Arizona Supreme Court if somebody wants to, if people want to actually look at what they decided. This is really just trying to present kind of the overlay of what it means to the district kind of going forward. So just a little bit of background information. So the legislature authorizes school districts to levy a primary property tax to fund the activities related to desegregation programming. So this has been around for almost 40 years now. This is something that not only TUSD, but other school districts that have desegregation programming have used in order to fund their activities. Now, along the same line, the state constitution limits primary property taxes on homeowners and homeowners only to 1% of their net assessed value. So just taking a round number like $100,000, if a $100,000 home existed, it's $1,000 per year of that net assessed value. So one of the things that is looked at in terms of creating that limitation to ensure that people are not paying more than 1% of their home's value in property taxes is we look at all of the overlapping jurisdictions. So if Duffy, for example, were our home, our overlapping jurisdictions would be Pima County, City of Tucson, Tucson Unified, and Pima Community College. All four of those that I've mentioned levy primary property taxes in varying amounts to fund their operations. Now, that 1% limit is something that comes into play with all of those overlapping jurisdictions, and it's the responsibility of the county finance department to determine on a parcel by parcel. So every home has to be evaluated to determine if your home exceeded that 1%. So, Mr. Romero's home versus Dr. Ravi's home, Dr. Ravi may have one that exceeds and Mr. Romero may not. But that's a calculation that the county finance department is legally required to calculate. Whenever the 1% is exceeded, though, in the past, particularly with DSEG, the district would receive what's called additional state aid to education. So in other words, if your property taxes for that $100,000 home, as the example said, were $1,100, that $100 would actually be taken off the tax bill for that home, and the state would pay the district that $100 in state aid. And so that's kind of how it worked all the way down. Now in 2018, as part of former Governor Ducey and the legislature at the time's decision to how to fund various initiatives that they had, one of the things they did is they reclassified the desegregation tax levy out of a primary property tax and reclassified it as a secondary tax. The impact of that is that additional state aid to education cannot be paid on any secondary taxes. The existence of secondary taxes are really voter-approved initiatives. Bonds, overrides, the creation of JTEDs, for example, those all require an affirmative vote of the electorate. And by that vote, they essentially say, okay, I'm exempting myself from that state constitutional limit that protects me, right? I want to raise my taxes essentially on purpose for that reason that's there. So by not paying TUSD in our case and the other school districts that are affected, the state essentially keeps that money. They don't have to pay us that additional state aid. It stays in the coffers at the state that now becomes available to then fund whatever priorities the legislature and the governor at the time wanted to fund. So Pima County, Tucson Unified took this to court. After the designation of the limit or the secondary property tax, and essentially we said, we don't like that. We're going to sue. Supreme Court thought otherwise, and so What the decision basically said is this, is that for the purposes of the 1% limit, the legislature, well, let me backtrack. The legislature essentially is authorized to make this change. The idea was that, yeah, this can't be reclassified just on the whim of the legislature. The Supreme Court said, yes, the legislature has the ability to call this DSEG tax a secondary tax. We also wanted to say, well, because of that, we wanted to get our additional state aid. We wanted to get paid. And, back in 2018, when this was filed, at that time, they would have owed us about $8 million in additional state aid. That compounded. For every year that this was in effect, these are dollars that we were expecting to receive that never actually came into the district's coffers. So the Supreme Court decided it can be a secondary tax. The other thing they decided because the DSEG tax levy is not voter approved, even though it's on the secondary side, it is still subject to the 1%. So this is kind of where it gets tricky. The desegregation tax levy in TUSD was never approved by the voters of the district when the governing board said it at the time. It was something that the legislature and through state law basically said you can do. We can levy it, and we've been doing so since that time. But because it's not voter approved, they essentially didn't give us permission to not, to essentially to exceed that 1%. They said, no, we never had a say. So the court said it has to be part of the 1%. So the impact of that is that the state is not obligated to make these additional state aid payments to us for that 1% limit that exceeds that 1% limit when you take into account DSEG. And in the next slide, I'll give you an illustration. It's kind of hard to follow it. It's property taxes, which is not the most interesting subject. But ultimately, this has true implications not only on how we operate, but how taxpayers are levied. Ultimately, the county and the district are going to be required to adjust our tax levy to conform to that 1%. So we have to treat it like a primary, even though it's on the secondary side. It's very confusing, but this is, the Supreme Court, they don't necessarily make decisions to be practical. They make decisions, that are legal, right? So what does that look like? Okay, so these are the property taxes, the primary taxes for the 4 jurisdictions that I mentioned previously. You have the county, the city, Pima College, and us. The total primary rate is, for all of those, is $9.21 essentially for that $100,000 home. Now, before we go into the calculation of a rebate, not a rebate, of the 1% limitation, there is something called the homeowner's rebate. Everybody who is a Class 3 homeowner who lives in a school district receives a dollar-for-dollar rebate on their property taxes up to $600. Everyone. So that is essentially, there's a calculation, and I've explained kind of what it is on the side of the side of the slide. That calculation is applied to every single home. There's an amount. It can never be more than $600. In the case of this $100,000 home, it's about $159. We take that out first, right? Because ultimately you're getting a credit. We get that money from the state. That rebate is essentially, taken off the tax bill of the homeowner. The state gives us the money. Once we determine that, then we add the DSEG rate. Our DSEG rate is $1.49. When you add that back to the $761, you get $9.10. So essentially, for a $100,000 home, the levy is $911. So, but like I mentioned, this calculation has to be done essentially about 112,000 times. That's how many Class 3 parcels we have in TUSD. The county has the ability to do that. In fact, they are responsible for doing that. But for all intents and purposes, from a global perspective, we will not be impacted by the ruling of the Supreme Court because we are currently under the 1%. So, but what does that mean kind of going forward? So for this fiscal year, for fiscal year 25, our tax rate and our budget for DSEG is unchanged. The $63.7 million continues to be the budget for TUSD for DSEG through the end of the fiscal year. This calculation, though, is going to have to be reviewed every single year to ensure that the combined tax rate of all of those jurisdictions is at or below $10. This is something that we didn't necessarily have to worry about, because ultimately if it exceeded the $10, we were getting the state aid for it versus collecting the tax collections from the taxpayers. The Board of Supervisors will be ratifying these property taxes along with the property taxes of all jurisdictions in the county next Monday. This is something that they have to do every year. This is not an approval of our tax rate, is essentially authorizing the county treasurer to start collecting taxes for all the jurisdictions. But there are some concerns to consider. So, one, we have no control over the overlapping primary taxes of other jurisdictions. If Pima County, for example, had decided to go up to $5, we have no control over the fact that they want to go to $5. That would have caused us to exceed the 1%. That could happen in any way of those, any of those permutations from any of those jurisdictions. This has a potential to impact our cash position if the 1% is triggered. Because if the 1% is triggered, we're not getting the state aid, right? So we have to use cash on hand, cash at the county treasurer, to pay for that fund, to pay for that money. So our budget is $63.7 million. We levy $63.7 million. If it's any amount less than that, we have to pay for that. So we're not essentially we're not being made whole. The bigger impact is that we would potentially need to decrease the DSEG budget if the 1% is triggered, right? So in order to accommodate the fact that we're no longer collecting the full amount of the levy, we would have to then reduce the budget to equal the levy. So if the levy has to be 61 million, then reducing the DSEG budget to 61 million, or whatever the case may be. This is something that we're going to have to look at every single spring, just to make sure that we're headed in the right direction from the perspective of this constitutional limit. Simply because it becomes a cash issue. And, you know, as a sidebar, which I've mentioned to you all before, our investors, especially now that we're selling bonds, take a look at our cash position. They take a look at dollars in the bank. And if we're depleting those for any reason, we have to obviously explain why that's happening. That can cause a change in our rating, which impacts our interest rates, which means we have to collect more dollars from the taxpayers to pay a higher interest rate. So it's just, there's a snowball effect that kind of balloons as you kind of start going into it a little bit more. So that's a pretty quick high level presentation, but I guess the piece of information to really take is that nothing changes this year. Everything remains intact for fiscal year 25. Any questions?
All right, board members, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hernandez. Maybe this is more of a question for Mr. Ross. Is there a way to appeal this, or was that the appeal process?
Ms. Luna Rose, board members, this is a state law question, state constitutional question. The end of the road for that is the Arizona Supreme Court. So this is likely the end of the discussion on this. There's nowhere else to appeal to.
Okay. So I would assume any sort of change would have to be with our elected officials, state legislature, governor.
Right. So, like Mr. Hernandez said, the Supreme Court said that the legislature, because the Constitution doesn't define what a primary and secondary tax are, those are creatures of statute. So the legislature can change those whenever they want to. So the avenue to address this is legislative.
Okay. And you say that we only have this, that we're good for this year, but what are future plans that you can come to the board back
So
to?
Really, the assessor issues her primary valuation or her valuations usually in the month of February. At that time, the county, which is really the biggest taxing jurisdiction, they start talking about potential tax rates for the upcoming fiscal year. So we have a general sense, by the middle of spring, what the county and the city and the college are taking a look at in terms of tax rates. What this means for us, though, is that we're almost going to have like an A and B budget situation, right? Levying a 63.7 or levying less than that if we see that they're moving in a direction that's going to cause us to go over that 1%. Because if the board adopts a budget that's 63.7 million and we levy for that, we're not going to collect that. So we're essentially on the hook for the difference. And while, depending on the amount, we can probably absorb some of that depending, again, on the amount of money that may be. Ultimately, it'd be more financially responsible to have a scenario 1 and scenario 2, where the board can then be better informed as to what the decisions would have to be at that time. Obviously, any changes to the DSEC budget have to go through the PIA process before they could be enacted.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Ricky, does this affect at all, like non-residential properties, or only the residential properties?
This affects only residential properties. They're the only ones subject to the 1% limit.
Right.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. And so if we do go over that 1%, would the state then collect the remaining or the above threshold amount of that levy?
No, they would not. So essentially what would happen is that if we say we want to collect the full 63.7 and it's determined that that amount would cause us to exceed the 1%, what the county would do is lower it to the point where it is no longer under that 1%. And that difference is just not collectible. And the state doesn't pay for it either. So it becomes essentially a complete loss of revenue.
Okay. Let's see. And then to follow up on Ms. Luna Rose's question, as far as like the appeal process, are we, since desegregation happened at the federal level, we can't take it to the U.S. Supreme Court?
Well, we had some discussion of this in an executive session, but just at a high level, the funding for this desegregation funding, it's totally a state law matter. It's not required by the Constitution. The Constitution requires no discrimination. It doesn't say states have to have a statute that collects money for it. So it really is a state law and state constitutional issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would default piggyback on Ms. Shaw, so I'm assuming we couldn't take it to Ninth Circuit.
No, Ninth Circuit would be an appeal from a federal court. This is a state court.
State court, okay.
If there was a federal question, then there's the possibility of asking the Supreme Court to review it. But we've talked about that in an executive session. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Trujillo.
Stepping away from the general counsel, which is more of a legal perspective, in terms of the administrator working with our lobbyists, I think our best foot forward is to engage them in the upcoming legislative session. I think we're going to have to form a coalition of districts. There are several districts that do receive desegregation funding. Obviously, we're the biggest. Then you have Phoenix Union after us at 57 million. You have Tolleson Unified. You have Tempe Union that collects. You have some districts around the state. I think that's going to be the starting point for us. I know Phoenix Union is in the same boat that we are. They have several neighboring jurisdictions that set their tax rates, Maricopa County, Phoenix City Council, and they're sweating it out like we are. I think they're okay this year like we are, but they are subject to the same 1% constitutional cap limit. And that, unfortunately, is probably our only remedy at this point, is to go the legislative route, see what kind of a coalition of school districts that our lobbyists can mobilize, and then, of course, go for support from the alphabet groups, the advocacy groups, ASBA, School Board Association, ASA, which is our administrator association, and maybe go that route. It's going to be a difficult route to go because we haven't seen a big appetite for supporting desegregation funding in the legislature. It's actually been the opposite the last 15 years, attacks on desegregation funding and attempts to try to get rid of it. So it's going to be a really uphill battle, even with a coalition of the willing.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. And no thanks to former Governor Ducey. Okay. 9.3, School Year 24-25 Literacy and Math Intervention Initiative. Dr. Trujillo.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, number one, be remiss if we didn't thank you again publicly for your faith, your trust, and support in our teachers. You took action earlier this spring to continue the funding of our reading and math intervention teachers that were at the time funded by ESSER to continue their work with our students through desegregation funds. As promised, we want to be as transparent as possible about how we are now putting those teachers to work. So tonight, we're going to give you a pretty strong overview of our literacy and math intervention initiative, which will feature our measurable objectives, the data that we're going to use to measure effectiveness, where our students are, what schools have the intervention teachers, and then we're going to hear from Dr. Freitas in terms of a framework for an efficiency analysis, a comparative analysis that will gauge the ultimate effectiveness and impact on academic outcomes for students that have the intervention teachers. But kicking us off is Dr. Flory Hewitt, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
Good evening, governing board members, President Natalie Luna Rose, and board members. This evening we are presenting, as Dr. Trujillo stated, our Literacy and Math Intervention Initiative. So what I'll go over is the overview of tonight's presentation, so that way you have an idea of the flow of what we will be discussing this evening. So we'll talk firstly about our program goals, our guidelines for student placement. Then we'll talk a little bit about the instructional model, what you might see with this initiative, the evaluation model for this initiative, as well as some student subgroup data, teacher certifications and experience, and also our participating schools for this initiative. With that, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Freitas, who's going to talk to us about the program goals and the measurable outcomes and justifications.
Thank you, Dr. Hewitt, and good evening. So these slides are pretty text heavy, and that's just for a resource for everybody, but I'm going to summarize it pretty quickly. So the bread and butter of this initiative is to help students get near or at proficiency. And so we're looking at very specific measures and goals. And the first measurable goal that we're looking at is called stretch growth. And so we have a platform called iReady, and it looks at growth over time. It's also highly correlated to the growth on the A through F letter grade model. So it's a very valuable measure for us. And most teachers provide a year's growth. That's the expectation. And our teachers do that very, very well. Stretch growth is more than a year. So for our students who are not at grade level, receiving or showing stretch growth is helping them move more quickly towards grade level. And so that is one of our goals for this program, is that the majority of the students will show some stretch growth. We also want to be looking at the mastery, and so we'll be looking at benchmarks and in ELA and math. And then ultimately what we want is the percent of minimally proficient students to decrease in these schools from one year to the next as part of our goals. Okay. So all the schools that have interventionists or RTI teachers are included in this initiative. And so it's only grades 3 through 8, so no K2 and no high school. And so the way that we started was we looked at, so my department, A&E, we looked at students who were near proficiency levels and created a list and sent that out to all the schools. And so the lists are larger than the amount of students who can be served through this program, but we wanted them to be able to also select students as well. So A&E identified some students, and then the schools get to select some students as well. Okay, so the way this program is designed is that each intervention position gets what we call 60 slots. And a slot is a fancy way of saying the test score. So a student can have 1 slot or a student can have 2 slots. So an ELA slot and a math slot. So when we say that these interventionist positions have 60 slots, it can be as few as 30 students who need help in both ELA and math, or it could be 60 students with a focus on reading, right? So most schools are somewhere in the middle, right around 45 or so. So if a school has 2 interventionists, they'll have 120 slots. So it's, we're setting the slots per position. The other thing that's really important about this initiative is that we have a really well-established MTSS framework and program at the schools. And so this initiative will work within that framework. And the interventionists and RTI teachers will work very closely with the MTSS facilitators. And so the academics intervention department and the A&E department will work very, very closely together to monitor plans, to support this initiative, to support data-driven decision-making. So we're already creating that plan of support for our schools. Yep.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the details about the instructional model. So what you might expect is what we've asked for a minimum is 45 minutes a week on the iReady platform. That's going to be the minimum for us to be able to collect the data and measure the effectiveness of iReady as well. So that's going to be really helpful. But really what research tells us is that teacher-led direct instruction is going to be what's going to give us the most high impact. So we are recommending our schools that they are providing teacher-led focused lessons with small group instruction as per the list that has been provided. So those students will receive very targeted intervention on a skill or mastery of a level that they need. So the interventionists will be very focused and targeted with these instruction. The curriculum that they use at the site has to be a governing board approved program, and it has to be taught by an interventionist that is highly qualified. And you'll see towards the end what certifications our interventionists have, which are actually very impressive when we show you that. So we also are recommending that the walk to read and any additional literacy or math interventionists can also be conducted by other school level personnel for levels K2. And also the teacher, the homeroom teacher, can also provide those targeted interventions with those grade levels at the lower grades. But our target is going to be those 45 minutes a week on iReady, but then in addition to that, the one-to-one direct instruction in small groups with the teacher, where the students will receive the highest level of impact there. Okay, so for our evaluation model, Dr. Freitas, again.
Thank you. So of course we're very interested in what the impact of what this program is going to be. And so we have a variety of measures that we're going to be looking at. And the first one is we're going to, once we have our student cohort list finalized, right, that student cohort list will remain intact all year. And so we can compare that student cohort to like students in other schools or even within the same school to see if there's a measurable change to a comparison group. The other thing that would be performance. And then we also want to look at growth. We want to see if the students in this initiative are showing more stretch growth than other students, because all students will be receiving these diagnostic measures through iReady. So we're going to have a good comparison group there as well. And as far as the cohorts, the schools have some autonomy on who they can choose, because there might be some students who are identified who are already receiving services from other programs or other individuals, and so they would be exempted from participation because they're already getting services, and then we can provide these services to other students. And then the last condition is we do have some unfilled positions, and so we don't want to hold those schools accountable unless they get those positions filled. So the interventionist has to be employed at least 75% of the school year to be included in the evaluation impact study. Oh, it's me. Okay, so who are these students? So just want to give you a quick overview of what you're looking at. The orange is the ethnic distribution of the district. So you can see African American at 10%, Asian American at 2%, Hispanic at 63%, multi-racial at 4%, Native American at 4%, and white at 17%. And then, so this is grades 3 through 8. And then the students who we pulled for participation, right, as you can see in the blue, mirror very closely the distribution of the district ethnicity. Now, that is the entire list that we have sent to all the schools. And from those lists, they're going to choose a selection of kids. We've pre-chosen some, but we're not going to be able to serve all the kids on the list. So this Friday, we expect to get the finalized list from each schools. And so then we can show you this with what the selections are.
Okay, and in terms of those certifications that I alluded to earlier, as you can see, many of our intervention teachers, they have actually multiple endorsements, highly qualified. So for ELA reading, 42 teachers, math, 22, bilingual ESL, 87, and that's combined. And other teachers have more than one endorsement. So for example, one teacher could have a bilingual SEL endorsement plus a reading endorsement. In terms of years of experience, you'll notice that the majority of some of our teachers have greater than 10 years of experience, 17, and less than 10 years of experience, approximately 70. And the total number of interventionists, we have approximately 70 of them, including our RTIs. And here you have a list of the participating schools with active interventionists. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, ladies. Questions, board members? Ms. Ekstrom.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. This is a lot of information, so I appreciate that. So you say that each RTI position will have 60 students assigned to them, correct? Or 60 slots?
Yes, 60 slots.
So if there's only one RTI teacher at a site, they get 60 slots.
So they get 60 slots, and then the cohort that they choose, they stay with that cohort for the entire year.
Okay, and then, so each of these students will have 45 minutes of instruction. How is that broken down throughout the week?
That's a great question, and I have an example here. I don't have it on a slide, but let me walk through what that might look like. Okay, so as an example, let's say we're looking at K-5 English Language Arts. So a school can break it down 30 to 45 minutes, 3 to 5 days a week. So they can do that. You could have teachers that do 15 minutes on the iReady platform because that's part of the measurement. And then the other 15 minutes can be very targeted if you only have 30 minutes for intervention 3 times a week. There are schools that can choose to do it 5 times a week, and then that could be 30 to 45 minutes. So it all depends on the time allotted for the interventionist, but it's broken down by teacher-led instruction and then some minutes on the iReady platform.
So then there would be like a combination of the RTI teacher and then the classroom teacher?
No. So the interventionist would provide direct instruction that's very targeted and intentional for the students that are on the list.
Okay.
And then the homeroom teacher takes care of that tier 1 instruction. That's that right. Base level instruction.
And then for the K2, it did say that the teachers, those classroom teachers will be providing that instruction for K2. So those kids that currently receive help, well, last year, what happens to them?
It's going to be a little bit different. And schools are being very creative in how they address the K2 levels. There are some schools that have, for example, a walk to read. So maybe even though the little ones, they don't like necessarily leaving their classrooms, but for example, as a former teacher, what I would do with my interventions is I would have a block allotted time where my larger group was doing differentiated activities, and then I would pull in a smaller group of students with very targeted skills, and that's how I would address that intervention piece. Many of our teachers already do that. The interventionist goal is to be above and beyond more targeted instruction. So at the K2 level, it can become a little bit more challenging, but our schools are being very creative with that part.
And have the teachers have been provided any direction or training? How has that been done?
We have been providing some iReady training, and I do have Ms. Heidi Aranda here to give us some direction on, some information on the training that we're providing. We are rolling this out. This is our first year rolling it out entirely K-8 level for iReady. So we have had some bumps on the road. What we're trying to do right now is to train all of our teachers through our CSPs, so at least they can begin the diagnostic assessment, which is that very first step to ensure that we understand where our students are at a baseline level.
So then the CSPs are supposed to be heavily involved in this?
Yes, that would be the ideal.
Okay. I might have more questions, but I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I'm, really excited about this program. We know that small group instruction makes such a big difference. At least so much of the evidence over the last many decades show that, and I'm really excited that we might be adding to the evidence. Hopefully we'll meet our hypothesis that this is actually making a difference, and we can add to that. Or if it doesn't, we can maybe go back to the drawing board in terms of what's really going to make a difference. My questions, first question are questions about like the students and how we're choosing students. So from what I understand, we aren't selecting the students for this program that are struggling the most. These are students that are kind of intermediate, that they're not the ones who are the least proficient, but they're the ones that are somewhat proficient that we think we can get them to a proficient and beyond level, correct?
That they can meet that stretch growth. That's correct. Did you want to add?
So a stretch growth, if you have a student who is minimally proficient, sort of in the middle of the road, it will take multiple years of stretch growth to get them up to proficiency. So the students that we've chosen have a great opportunity to get near or at proficiency within 1 year. So that was part of the selection process that A&E pre-chose, right? And then if there were additional slots, the schools could choose other students.
So how many students did you identify then, and how many slots do we have?
So it varies from school to school, and because the proficiency rates vary from school to school, and so.
I mean, I know one of your slides going to like identifying students and how many, and sending the list to schools to then pick.
So, for example, at an elementary school, there might be one interventionist, and so that would be 60 slots, and we might have identified 150 students.
Okay. Do we know, like, it's aggregate how many students were identified as potentially eligible?
I don't know. No,
okay.
I'm sorry, but I can get
like,
you
is it like a
that
50% like eligibility for the number of slots we have, or do you kind of know ballpark?
We have many more slots than we have interventionists available. So, yeah.
So there are more eligible students than interventionists available?
Yes.
Right. So, but just offhand, like, you might not know this, and then you can send it to us later, but do you know if it's like, do we have like half the slots we need, or 75%?
So again, different schools have different numbers of interventionists and RTI teachers, and they also have different performance rates. And so I can get you that information, but as an aggregate, I don't have that information, and they haven't made their selections yet. So this is very early that we're getting you this information.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Dr. Shaw, for your line of questioning. Gosh, I have a lot of hesitation that we're choosing the students who are like the closest to being proficient, because one, that like it's going to make it appear that the cohort, had a huge amount of growth, and those students may already, maybe if they were not in this cohort, they would get there with just normal classroom instruction. I would really prefer us, if we have like limited slots, we should focus on the most minimally proficient students out there, because they're the ones who truly need that one-on-one instruction. So I just want to know, like, why didn't you choose those students?
Dr. Trujillo.
So that's a great question, but there's a point of clarification. So number one, we need the total amount of students in the pool. Total amount of students in the pool so we can get it to the board. These aren't just students that are a heartbeat away from being proficient. There's a huge portion of these students that are minimally proficient on the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment. They are at the bottom, okay? And what they are on the verge of is moving to that next level of partially proficient. So they may not get to full proficiency, they may get to partial proficiency. There's also a group of students in this representative pool that they're partially proficient and they may get to proficiency, okay? That's your pool here. Why target this group? We are using desegregation funds. The core tenet of the desegregation order, one of the biggest tenets of the desegregation order, other than desegregating and integrating the district, is eliminating the achievement gap. The metric as to whether or not you are making progress towards eliminating the achievement gap for plaintiff class students or African American or Latino students in the state of Arizona, as defined by the court order, is the state assessment, which is the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment. Those are the rules of school accountability that's set by the State Board of Education. As a practitioner, absolutely, you want to start with kindergarten, first and second grade. If we weren't measured by the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment and the A through F letter grade system that determines, according to the court order, whether or not we are progressing, and it's also what the public looks at to judge the district. They look at proficiency rates. They look at the rates in which we are moving students, and they look at letter grades. When letter grades are determined on how you move students from minimally proficient to partially proficient, how you move students from partially proficient to proficient, and the percentage of students overall that pass the test, okay? If we took all of our interventionists and we aimed them at the students that were further, so number one, if we aimed them at students that weren't even assessed on the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment, kindergarten, first and second grade, they don't even take the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment. And you aimed all of your interventionists at our youngest learners, philosophically, educationally, that is the way you want to go. But it doesn't help you with the school letter grade formula, because you're going to leave all of your other students that are at the lowest levels of proficiency, that are supposed to pass the exam or demonstrate at least progress to passing the exam. They would not be receiving the intervention. They have shown through several years now, especially our fifth grade students, that regular classroom instruction is not doing it. They continue to not show proficiency on the exam. If we didn't give them the intervention, the likelihood of a significant backslide on both school letter grades would be probable. You would also probably see a significant widening of the achievement gap, because the achievement gap is not going to measure how students in kindergarten, first and second grade, how they're progressing in their literacy journey. It's going to be measured on the percentage of students that are showing growth towards passing the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment or that are passing it outright. If you take students inside of the testing population that are so far away from even partial proficiency, and you aim all of your resources there, they are behind several grade levels. They may not even get to that next level of partial proficiency, or they may never move out of partial proficiency, and you're not going to get the credit for growth on the Arizona Academic Skills Assessment. So we are configuring the intervention according to the expectation that has been laid forth by the Unitary Status Plan. This is how we're measured. We've heard from members of the public come and express concerns about proficiency rates and a widening of the achievement gap. We have heard from our plaintiffs' representatives that have actually cited proficiency rates, have actually cited them and provided us data. Why aren't you doing more? Why aren't these kids passing these exams? Look at the difference between our plaintiff class students' proficiency rates on these assessments and the rest of the state. We've heard this in public comment. So for us, this is aligned to what we are asked to do in both the desegregation order as well as the requirements of the A through F letter grade criteria. That is, for all of its warts, it is a requirement by the State Board of Ed.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Can you talk about like parental and family involvement? So are parents just, hey, here's a heads up, like your student's going to be getting these programs, or do they need to approve the enrollment of their student into this program? And how are they engaged in terms of helping support the students that are struggling?
Yeah, that's a great question. And actually what we did, we're working closely with our principals to ensure that the communication is consistent across our district. We have provided some sample letters because parents might ask questions about why is my student being receiving this intervention and what have you. So we want to make sure that we're clear with our messaging, and we're happy to send some of those sample letters. But yes, we are working closely with our principals to ensure that, one, the communication is very clear and consistent, and two, that they understand what might be their role in participating in this cohort. So.
Your parents allowed to do they have to opt in, or can they opt out, or just?
At this point, we have not had that option. No. We haven't offered that opt in or opt out.
Okay, so the students are just getting these services and just heads up.
Yes.
This is happening.
Mm-hmm. I had a question. So I know the focus is grades 3 through 8, and you do include in the slide here that high school is not included in this model. Is there something, once this is been implemented and you're getting the data that high school students, because excuse me, we do have high school students that are obviously not proficient, so I kind of wanted to know what that step would be for them.
Yeah, our high schools do currently offer some interventions, but we are not collecting data at this point for this particular program right now. But I think that's an important point that we can definitely look at next year as we're looking at different assessments and proficiency levels for our high school students.
Okay, because I mean, you hear the studies are, coming out of PEMA or the U of A that they're having to take, a class to even qualify to go on to whatever they need to take for their freshman year. Right. So I'd kind of like to see what that model would look like once we get obviously past this new
absolutely.
project.
I know that we have our credit recovery and we have other options for our high schools since it's a bit of a different beast. So that's something to explore.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaw and then Ms. Ekstrom.
Thanks. So, yeah, I just wonder if, I know we're doing something for our high school students, and like the students that are left out of this cohort, or there's not enough slots or teachers or what have you, and the K through 2 students, can we look into, like this school year, not the next, utilizing or creating another cohort where we use the services of like local organizations like Literacy Connects, or local volunteers. I know before COVID, there was a lot more volunteers in our school, and that kind of has dropped. And if like each school site could do a call for volunteers that can just do individualized reading, like my daughter had over at Monzo in kindergarten during the school day, or perhaps like those students who aren't included in this cohort are put into an after-school tutoring program, things like that, so that we're not leaving any kid behind who may, if we don't have staff that can do this.
Absolutely. And actually, I do want to highlight in our district, because of the DSEG, we do have reading recovery as well that's targeting at least our first graders. That's in some of our schools. It's a very intense reading program that is also available for some of our schools. We have the Move On When Reading funds that also have early literacy grants. So we can definitely also reach out to other partnering organizations to see what additional supports can be provided.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. Will you be looking at any assessments like mid-year and then maybe having to switch it up or figure things out a different way?
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of our biggest goals. And We are going to be very explicit in making sure that we're tracking the progress. And as you would like, we can come in and show some of that monitoring and progress where our students are at, where our cohort is at. So absolutely, that's one of the goals.
Dr. Shaw.
Thank you. I know you kind of mentioned like the 1 year growth and the extra growth to get them to certain different levels. So is this project really like a 1 year project, or like I know you identify students that will hopefully make some growth in the first year to jump some levels and to help on the school achievement issues, but what is like your kind of long-term plan? Like it's like a year, like will there be the same kids for many years working on this to get to the minimally proficient, to the partially proficient, to the proficient, to see kind of over time? Is there growth? Is there a sense that, we provide this intervention for a year and then the students do not get the intervention next year, they're going to fall backwards?
Mm-hmm.
Like what do we know about these programs, like kind of more long-term?
That is a great question. And what we're going to follow is essentially a continuous improvement cycle. So we identify our students, we diagnose, we go ahead and do through this whole program and monitor. And definitely if we get to a point where we're monitoring and looking at the data and it's not showing what we expected, then of course we will make adjustments as needed. But I think in the long term, we really need to make that analysis and see how it goes this year and make sure that we're monitoring it closely in terms of long term. iReady is our intervention platform. We do want to use that for years to come. One of the things our schools have asked is to have consistency in our intervention approach. So that's one of the areas that we need to work on. And definitely the high school piece is another.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Freitas.
Thank you.
And
appreciate it.
Dr. Hewitt, thank you very much. Okay. Now jumping back, we are going to consent agenda. Excuse me. Approval of consent agenda items 5.2 through 5.6. I will move the item.
Second.
Okay, moved by myself, second by Ms. Ekstrom. Oh, sorry, Mr. Romero?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment on item 5.6.
Okay.
It is just a comment. It's not, I don't want to pull it or anything.
Okay. I guess you could make your comment now before we vote. Yes, please.
So I know a lot of times I, call some schools out as far as the money that they have in their tax credit areas. But this time I wanted to say thank you to Cragen. They're spending an encumbrance of $44,000 towards a new marquee. Same thing with a Dunham at $39,000 and a Whitmore at $25,232. So I wanted to say to those schools, thank you very much for using your tax credit dollars for the benefit of your school.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romero. Okay, so item was moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Thank you very much. We are now to public hearing for revision number 1 of FY25 expenditure budget for Tucson Unified School District.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, this is the public hearing portion of the agenda because we are proposing an expenditure revision to the budget so that our budget aligns to the state budget that was passed. There have been some changes in terms of the amount of state aid that we are now receiving as a result of some adjustments to the amount of per pupil funding that we're receiving now. The state also distributed to school districts a one-time payment for free and reduced lunch availability. So a couple of other adjustments here to go through all of that is our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ricky Hernandez, and then of course the public hearing will commence.
Good evening again, board members. So as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, this is the first budget revision of the fiscal year 25 budget for the district. This budget will take into account the several budget changes that were made by the legislature after after the board approved the proposed budget, and I'll go through kind of what these are and definitely open for questions. So we'll go through just what are those updated budget factors, what are just a reminder of what those legislative budget impacts are on the budget. Looking at the variances between the adopted budget from July and this revision, what our operating budget will look like across all funds for our revision, and then just next steps going forward. So this updates some of the budget factors. You've seen kind of a similar slide in past presentations. This now accounts for all of the changes that the legislature has made. So the legislature approved a 2% base support level increase. This comes out to about $98 for every weighted ADM. There is an increase which was already accounted for in the adopted budget for teacher experience index, comes to about $6 per student. Now there is a one-time supplement for free and reduced price lunch students. And what this is this. So the 2 years ago, the legislature implemented a new weight for students who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. We receive a dollar amount, about $3 million for those students as part of our Group B weights. That amount was supposed to increase incrementally over the course of 3 years. So it went into effect in 23, it was going to go up in 24, it was going to go up again in 25. Because of the state's precarious budget situation, the 25 increase, instead of being a permanent increase, was just paid out as a one-time slot of money, supplement. So when the fiscal year 25 ends, that supplement will end, and we essentially will go back to the fiscal year 24 level of funding for those students. So we won't lose the 2 years of growth that we've received in terms of that allocation. It's just that third year that we essentially were promised is not going to be here. The commitment from the legislature is that they will look at this when the projections look a little bit rosier after fiscal year 27. So we've got a couple of years before we're going to see any kind of traction on this. Same thing with the capital or the district additional assistance. There was going to be incremental growth in that funding for 3 years. This was going to be the last year of that 3-year growth. Instead of making that third year payment as a permanent change, we're getting a one-time supplement, and I'll go over what those are. So it's essentially those two were on a 3-year kind of ramp up, and that third year is essentially now just a one-time payment. We are losing that one-time allocation of $10 million that we received in fiscal year 24. That money is not being reappropriated. And this budget does include a 1% ADM decrease for fiscal year 24 for budget planning. We won't have confirmation as to that 1% until at least the 40th day, which is late in September. So from a numbers perspective, this is what it essentially looks like. So the increase to the base support level comes to just under $3 million in terms of fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. So from revised budget in May to revised budget in August, that's approximately how much new money we're recouping. The increase in the teacher experience index, then those one-time supplements of $2 million for the free and reduced price lunch students and the $1 million for district additional assistance. Now those two numbers are estimates based on fiscal year 24 ADM. The actuals are to be determined by ADE. But I've essentially taken what the formula is and applied the numbers that we have available for fiscal year 24. They should be approximately those numbers when ADE finalizes. A few other things to take into consideration. There was an 80% reduction in the dual enrollment tuition incentive. That is paid to Pima Community College on behalf of students, TUSD students who go to Pima College and do dual enrollment. So essentially, the kids aren't losing anything. Pima was providing those services to those students for free anyway, but essentially became an offset for Pima College in terms of the revenue that they were generating from these kids. That is essentially now been decreased by 80%. The College Credit by Exam Incentive Program, again, we receive funding for every student who takes an AP or an advanced placement or international baccalaureate exam. Based on their passing grades or passing scores, there is an incentive that is paid to the district. A portion of it stays at the school, and a portion is paid in cash to the teacher. And there was also about a 30% reduction in the consumable art supplies grant. We did receive some funding last spring that Dr. Ashcraft in the Fine Arts Department took advantage of. There is a reduction in the future coming down from that. This is all a result of the $1.2 billion deficit that the legislature had to essentially plug up in 25. So what does it look like when you compare what the board adopted in July to the revision that we're proposing today? Essentially, the M&O budget limit will increase about $7.6 million. That is the base support level of 2%. And then the teacher experience index increases because it's correlated directly to the base support level. So that's why there's an additional $103,000. You'll see that one-time supplement for free and reduced price lunch students is $2.1 million. I will say that supplement, the legislature did say that it can be used for M&O or capital. I've plugged it all into M&O. If in the future revision we want to split that some other way, if we want to put it some other in capital or whatever, we can change it. At this point, I've socked it all away in M&O. On the capital outlay side, not much of a change other than the $1 million in the capital one-time supplement. Same thing with that one. The legislature did provide us to the provision to use that either in capital or in M&O. So that $1 million can be split up. I left it in capital, but again, we can always make changes to it when we come to future revisions. There is a little bit more interest that we earn. So there's about just under $60,000 in interest that's coming through. So the M&O budget limit will be just over $395 million, and the capital budget limit will be just under $21 million. This is our operating budget. Now, I understand that there's been reporting about this $23 million number. This $23 million number accounts for all of our funding sources. This isn't just M&O. There are changes in several funding sources that you can see. The classroom site fund, there is an increase based on the fact that there was an increase in the per pupil allocation. We reflected that at the adoption. The capital, it's an increase of $1 million. There is increase in federal projects due to several grants that are actually increasing. There is no ESSER. There is no significant increase in Title I, for example, or IDEA. There are multiple other grants like Medicaid. One of the biggest things is that, if you recall, we moved all of the nurses' salaries to Medicaid. Medicaid is a federal project, so that allocation now appears as a budgeted amount. We weren't budgeting permanent salaries in Medicaid. We are now budgeting these permanent salaries there. State projects, again, several grants that came through that will also be increasing. The biggest change, there are no changes in the bond building fund. Some other funds had decreases for several budgeting purposes, and the internal service funds, again, just increases. Mostly in that area is mostly due to the EBT, the Employee Benefits Trust, just the budgeted amount for that year. So that is why you have a $23 million number. Our overall budget is $717 million, but that is across all funding sources available to the entire district. So what are our next steps? If I receive your approval this evening, we will submit this revision to the Department of Education by tomorrow morning in order to true up our budget limits. We are currently in the process of still closing fiscal year 24. We officially close on August 29th. That is the last day for us to pay all our bills for the last fiscal year. That will finalize carry forward amounts, and we will have those finalized for the AFR to the board on October the 15th. We will readjust calculations based on the 40th day. 40th day in TUSD is September 27th, so we will have a better sense of the 40th day ADM, and that will then trigger potentially a second revision to the board on December 10th to true up once again our fiscal year 25 budget to account for the 40th day changes. So I will take any questions.
Okay, questions, board members, for Mr. Hernandez? Dr. Shaw.
We had talked a few months ago about the title funding decreases and some state issues with that. Do we know how that landed and where we are this year with our title
yeah,
budget?
So Title I, the cut was not as severe as we anticipated. John Lanza and the team did a really good job about making sure that we were planning with our schools to take into account some of those reductions. But essentially, we are flat funded to fiscal year 2024. So fortunately, the cuts were not as dramatic. We do have other grant funding that you've probably read in the newspaper, the school improvement funding that was reduced. We are going to be unfortunately subject to those reductions. 50% of our school improvement funding will be reduced this upcoming fiscal year. So we were expecting about 1.6 million. We're not going to now receive less than $900,000. So some of those activities that were going to be funded from school improvement grants are now going to be moved into Title I. Title II, which is professional development, and Title III for English language learners, did receive also some cuts. And so those departments are readjusting. We did have to make some adjustments in those, but fortunately, again, our departments did a very good job about planning ahead for those.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
So with this change in the budget limitation and everything and what we can bring in as income, like what is our new projection in terms of the school year in terms of a deficit?
Our deficit ending fiscal year 25 so the deficit for this fiscal year is not there. The fiscal year 26 will have a deficit. So fiscal year 25 will end up about $6 million. But fiscal year 26 will be a deficit of over $17 million. And it will continue to balloon out to fiscal year 29.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. I do believe we have a comment, so I will turn it over to Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. TUSD fiscal year revision number 1 expenditure budget. Speakers during the public hearing should restrict their remarks to topics related to revision number 1 of the fiscal year 2025 expenditure budget. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time limit of 3 minutes. Individuals speaking before the board shall observe rules of propriety and good conduct and refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. Our speaker is Pilar Reese.
My name is Pilar Acosta Ruiz. Good evening, and I ask you again to table this hearing, do the right thing, and let the public know that there is one, because I am not the public, I'm one person. Thank you for those of you that ask questions. I'm sure that nobody understands this budget well enough to just pass it. He just said something really alarming. If we're going to have a $17 million deficit in 2026, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, we're just kicking it down the kicking the can down the road, right? So you need to take a look at it now and do something about it now. Yes, it's an election year. Maybe you want to balance the budget next year. I don't know, but it's kind of crazy. I mean, it would be nice if we could afford some safety things, like some pylons in front of fire hydrants at schools to keep them away from it. There was a lot of discussion about safety tonight. Also, I wanted to mention, as I forgot this before, I hope that you all have talked to ASME, to the bus drivers, before you make decisions on buses, because maybe they'll quit. Who knows? But I did a FOIA, so this came from the finance department. So it may, if my numbers are wrong, it's not my fault. But since 2017 to 2023, we have raised central admin's salaries by 51%. As you all know, enrollment has gone down. So you have to think about, before you pass a budget, can you justify that budget? I mean, does it make sense to increase not only personnel, but the salaries of personnel when we're losing students? I mean, 51% in 7 years is a pretty extreme number. And we went from 45 central administrators to 55 in 7 years. How do you justify that? And I mean, you're going to spend money on lobbyists to the state. How about send some lobbyists to the city and start advocating for some safe city bus stops where the kids don't have to be exposed to secondhand fentanyl smoke. You know, take a look at the things that are really important right now. Don't just keep rubber stamping stuff. You know, you've got that issue at public bus stops. You have many schools that have people parking in front of the fire hydrants. What if that's, and this happens at Lineweaver. If there's a fire at Lineweaver, the fire truck isn't going to be able to get there. So buy some pylons with the money and block it off. Do something, because I know school safety can't do anything about it. But anyways, take a look at the budget. Please do the right thing and postpone this.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers.
Okay. I do believe that concludes our public hearing. So now I will go into 7.1, approval of FY25 expenditure budget revision number 1 for Tucson Unified School District. Mr. Hernandez.
I will take any additional questions that the board may have. That was the entirety of the presentation, though.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
I'll say this is, you know, we came into this this year with like what a $20+ million deficit. So I'm really happy to see like it's a lot more manageable and than what we had projected going forward in terms of how long our carry forward is probably going to hold us steady, which is really good news. Can you send to the governing board sometime in the next week an updated 5-year projection?
Sure.
So we can kind of see what all that lies in terms of the next few years and where the deficits are going to hit.
Yes.
'Cause we were looking into a much bleaker picture going into this year. So that's actually really good news.
Absolutely.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. In regards to your report that we are not in a deficit this year, I know from previous presentations we were told that we potentially would be or are, like I think 17 million, like each time we get a presentation it seems to be different. And so with the 2% increase for the base support level, like is that what is keeping us out of the deficit, or what is it this year that changed in the last month from your previous reports?
Right. So there are expenses in maintenance and operations that were moved out. So for example, we moved out about $3 million worth of salaries from kindergarten into ESSER. So that's one big component. There are other salaries that actually, other expenses that were moved into other funds that essentially help lift the maintenance and operation fund. The other side of it is the fact that we are receiving an increase in dollars from the state in order to actually increase our budget limit. A lot of it has to do with the fact that expenses that were projected are not coming to fruition, or they're coming to fruition in a lesser amount, whether they be salaries or benefits. The one thing is that the salaries that we have for fiscal year 27 or 25 rather are larger than those that we ended up at fiscal year 24. So even we're losing staff, but we're paying a little bit more. That includes, you'll get a presentation on salary increases that are coming through tonight. Those pieces are also in there. So there are a lot of those dollars have been moved out of M&O into other funding sources. Some of those dollars have been eliminated altogether in order for us to be able to balance that budget. But that $17 million essentially has been kicked down one more year. So we are in a better position from the standpoint of this fiscal year if there are no significant changes. Now, the financial position of the district this year, like I mentioned, accounts for the potential increases that are on the board agenda for tonight. So that $6 million is already there. Next year is going to, or fiscal year 26 is going to start becoming a problem with $17 million deficit. So from an accounting perspective, we're able to manage the accounting and the financials by taking advantage of other funds in order to maximize those before we let some expenses sit in M&O. And that's why we've been able to essentially keep a positive balance this year, along with the increase in revenues.
Dr. Shaw.
But even that positive balance is going to be mitigated because we are overspending on DSEG, and unless there's significant cost savings or vacancy savings in DSEG, then we're going to be about $4.5 million. I think we're over on that fund.
Yeah,
it's
so
gonna go
we
down.
still, that's part of the kind of fiscal year-end closing that we still have to do. So once kind of all the payroll is finished, which payroll is all finished, but once all of the expenses are booked, then we're going to have to start doing cleanup. Right now, we're projecting closer to about a $3 million deficit in DSEG that will have to be absorbed by M&O. So ultimately, that $6 million number is still subject to change because DSEG is going to eat into it. This year, fiscal year 25, there's still a $2.7 million deficit. So, and if we don't cure it, it will eat into non-DSEG M&O. And that will eat in, essentially into the carry forward. So that those kind of factors will exacerbate our financial position.
Mr. Romero.
So just so we can address something brought up in the public regarding public hearings and getting people, more of our community involved. And I guess maybe this is for Dr. Trujillo. What does the district do to help promote these public hearings?
I've been here for 8 years. We've struggled with this. There have been years where we've had events, we've had activities where we have sent a mass call out to 40,000 parents and have still had maybe 20 people show up. We've tried putting things on the front page of the district's website related to finance. We still struggle to get people in. We tried to heavily promote our desegregation forum regarding expenditures earlier in the spring. We struggled to get maybe 15, 20 people showing up. I think we had more staff members. So, I mean, we're always open to suggestions. We're always trying to get more people involved with the budget. And we'll continue to do that. But ultimately, I think it really is up to our community to make a decision to come in, show up, get engaged, because we can do all of these things, and we've tried over the years, and we'll continue to try. But I think we're going to continue to struggle. Folks get busy, folks are working, folks are raising families, they're at home. So I think another thing we can try is alternative platforms. I know that sometimes we tend to get better attendance when we do something on Zoom because people are at home and then they can weigh in. So I think we probably should start embracing some more alternative platforms, maybe more forums, maybe more informal informational forums for community members outside of the formality of an actual meeting that takes place on a Tuesday night in an in-person format. So I think we have to get a little bit more creative in terms of expanding the opportunities that our community members have to get involved, because the traditional things that we're doing aren't necessarily working. And so I would challenge us to be a lot more creative.
Yeah, and thank you for that. Again, like I said, just to change with the times and certain things like that, if there are options to make sure we try to get or attempt to get more community reach out on these things. And then just real quick, Ricky, thank you again. So basically, as you're talking about later on after this 1 year, kind of the following year, we're going to be hitting these, in the negatives on here. And obviously we can't keep finding money in certain areas, but probably having to make budget cuts in certain areas. Is that the reality of what we might be looking at in the future?
I mean, the reality is options based on the priorities of the board, right? So if the priority of the board is to continue to maintain the same level of revenue, but then change the other side of the equation, right, the expense side of the equation, then yeah, then obviously we can follow that direction and we can explore what that would look like to kind of bring in the expenses within the confines of it. The option of moving the revenue, exists. We've talked about, I brought up the idea of overrides. We are the only school district in Pima County that does not have a maintenance and operations override. That obviously has the ability to move the revenue needle temporarily, between 5 and 7 years and subject to voter approval. But if that's not something that we want to talk about, then yeah, we have to have a very difficult conversation about expenses, right? And essentially it's, we got to take a look at it all.
Dr. Trujillo?
Yeah, and we're not, I want to be very clear, and I've said this before. I think we have to be visionary. We have to be bold. We can't just continue to cut, and look at a bottom line and say, well, we just need to cut expenditures to match our revenue. We need to dramatically expand revenue. We need to reimagine the district in a way where it's configured to maximize the opportunities we have to serve as many K-12 age students as we possibly can. The way the district is configured right now, with large sections of the district that have schools in areas of the city and the county where you have a very, very small pool of K-12 going students that are inundated with charters, that's a conversation. When you have a whole southwestern sector of the district that's booming and new housing going up, having conversations about some bold investments into those sectors of the district where we can start growing again, that's part of the conversation. We've seen that grade level configuration tweaks can increase your revenue. Just with the 9 schools that are doing the K-6, they have all increased their enrollment. Their capture rates are through the roof. Our parents are telling us something. So it requires vision. It requires boldness. It's not just an X's and O's conversation. That's, to me, that's just kind of a short-term remedy. Yeah, we're going to do the DSEG. We have to deal with the DSEG issue, and we will. But we also have to reimagine what that budget looks like. And we have to reimagine, okay, what are the goals now if we're out of court supervision? What are the programs and the opportunities and the resources of the court order that are dearest to the community, that are dearest to the parents that they want to keep? Let's have that conversation and reimagine that budget. So I think it's bigger than just we lost 200 students. Now we need to bring our revenue down. We're not going to get out of this until we actually reimagine revenue streams coming into the district. And that does involve some conversations about grade level configurations and maybe more K-6s, or maybe what the district looks like moving to K-8s. That seems to be what our parents prefer. And then taking a look at areas of the district where we have better opportunities to grow. And those are going to be some longer term conversations. But in the interim, this is a challenge that the administration is obviously going to be able to manage and meet in the short term.
And I will say that, I've mentioned this before. I give kudos to our school principals in the spring, in particular, when we sat down and talked about a projected 1% decline, and they all really tried their hardest to make sure that their teacher allocation, that the resources they have for their campuses fit their projected kids. And now that I'm actually taking a look at where they are, teacher FTE wise, I can see that that's happening. We're not having these really huge deltas happening at schools where we overfilled or we underprovided. They really did a really good job about saying, I have to embrace the reality of what's coming to my school and how I make sure that I maximize those resources that I do have. And principals are doing a really good job about doing that.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? One quick question on Mr. Hernandez. So this would, what is the deadline to sign this? I mean, we've already passed that, correct?
So the revised budget, we're allowed to revise this budget up through September 15th, just to capture whatever capacity we didn't capture when we adopted the budget. If we don't do that today, the next opportunity will be in December, when we have to do this, plus look at 40th day ADM, plus take a look at what carry forward changes look like when we complete the AFR in October. So this just helps us kind of true up to where we should be based on our current projection.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw?
I'll move the item.
I will second. Okay. Ms. Barbero, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Ms. Ekstrom,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose.
Yes. Okay. Item
Thank
passes
you.
5-0. Thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, we are on to 7.2, review and approve the memorandums of agreement regarding compensation for TEA consensus, TEA white collar and food service, non-bargaining, ELI, AFSCME, and CWA, with authorization for the Director of Employee Relations to execute the agreements. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, I want to. We're joined by our Director for Employee Relations, Maricela Mesa, President for the Tucson Education Association, Mr. Jim Byrne. Thank you both for your hard work in tonight's compensation proposal. I would like to turn it over to Ms. Mesa to begin the proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. President Luna Rose, Board Clerk Ekstrom, governing board members, we are asking today for you to approve the compensation plan for this school year. Just a little background. We, Tucson Unified leadership and employee group leaders have been meeting since February 2024. The state budget was not finalized until June 2024. We would have liked to have been here earlier, but here we are. And we have worked through memorandums of agreement, and we're asking for approval. And if you do approve our proposal, it will be retroactive to July 1, 2024. So this item will be for AFSCME, CWA, and non-bargaining. For blue-collar CWA non-bargaining salary schedules, it is going to be a one-step increase. Additionally, employees who receive a total increase of less than $600 will receive a one-time payment to total an increase of $600, and this will be for this school year. I'll go through an example later just to illustrate the one-time payment. For bus drivers, the governing board came in July and provided an increase to bus drivers. I know that was well received. So what will be coming forward when we present the agreements to you will be a salary schedule that reflects a 5% increase for every bus driver. And additionally, if a bus driver after the 5% increase is below the minimum of $21.33, they will be jumped up to the $21.33. What I do want to make the board aware of and make sure AFSCME, we acknowledge that there will be some compression that will have to be addressed at a later time due to this. And we are committed to working through it together, hopefully next cycle, if not the one after that. But an acknowledgement that there is compression now on the salary schedule, but there's been an increase that is substantial and is well received by the bus drivers at this point. ELI, so our certified, our principals, assistant principals, research project managers, their salary schedule, we'll see the same one-step increase with the $600 caveat. The different thing in the ELI agreement is going to be what is applied to psychologists. Currently, there is one salary schedule for psychologists. There will now be two salary schedules for psychologists, one for remote hybrid psychologists and the other one for in-person psychologists. The in-person psychologist salary schedule will see an increase of $5,000. We know that there's a lot of competition right now for psychologists throughout, and this is believed to be a necessary move in order to retain and recruit a psychologist to Tucson Unified. Remote and hybrid psychologists will remain with the same salary schedule that they have and have the one-step increase with the $600 component to it. Next up, TEA consensus and TA white collar food service. TDRA, our teachers, counselors. They're going to see a total increase of $1,500 with $1,000 to supplemental base, $500 step increase. TDRB will see a total increase of $2,500. They will see $2,000 added to the salary schedule plus a $500 one-time step. This will close some of the gap between TDRA and TDRB. The exceptional education teacher salary schedule will mirror that of TDRA, and the OT, PT, LP nurses, social workers, and white collar food service will also have the one-step increase with the $600 caveat. This is the example of the payment. So if an employee were to receive a one-step increase, and that would total $400, then an employee would be paid a one-time payment of $200 at the end of the school year. So this would total $600. The timeline for this, if the board were to agree to this today, employees would see retroactive pay and they would be paid no later for the increase and retroactive pay no later than October 4th pay date. We will send out an FAQ with information regarding the one-time payment. We want to highlight that we've been getting a lot of questions whether there are still going to be ESSER one-time payments like the previous $2,500, $1,000. At this time, those funds have been exhausted, so there are not current other one-time payments. So when we refer to the one-time payment now, it is going to be for the $600 agreement. I want to thank all the employee group leaders. They have worked hard. They have so many employee needs and are all working to try to find the best resolutions. We have, I believe, this $600 format is new, and I think it was a meeting of all the minds to get there, so I'm very grateful for that. I also want to thank TUSD Human Resources, Finance, and Legal for their assistance, and of course the Employer Relations staff that does work hard on maintaining the agreements. So with that, we're open to questions. Or Jim Byrne, would you like to say anything? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meza and Mr. Byrne. Board members, questions? Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work on this. I'm happy that we are doing this, and I'm hopeful that in the future we can continue to do more for our employee groups. In regards to the bus driver compensation, if we could go to that slide, Jean. I think it's like one of the first ones.
Might be the second page, or I'm driving. Right
Thank
here.
you. So for future measures to rectify the compression issues with our bus drivers, I want to make sure, or I guess clarify that when that is done, hopefully sooner than later, it will be paid out retroactively.
That would be something we would work through at that time. That could have a very high price tag for when it is done. Again, this is a jump that is 5%, and for some it's even more. So we can definitely run those numbers when it's time to see what that would look like and bring that to the board.
Okay, so that's something that would be handled in bargaining meetings and stuff like that, or?
Yes, and it would be the board's decision at that time to look at the different options as far as compression and to see what ability there is at that point.
Okay, well, I personally would like to pay those veteran bus drivers the compression retroactively.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Let me get back to this. So I will move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by myself, second by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Good job, Jim.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to 8.1, fiscal year 2025, governing board priorities for the Budget Advisory Committee and reappointment of committee members. Dr. Trujillo.
Welcome our Chief Financial Officer back to the podium. We have two asks tonight. Importantly, probably most importantly, we're seeking the reappointment of some of the membership for the Budget Advisory Committee, and then for the board to establish its Budget Advisory Committee priorities. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, so hello again. So this is priority recommendations for fiscal year 25 and then some recommended reappointments. So we'll take a look at, just kind of give you an update on some prior year priorities and some status updates. What are the recommended ones for this fiscal year, a recommended timeline for the committee, and the committee membership update, just to kind of give you a little bit of sense of where we're going with the members, and I'll take some questions. So first year of the committee, we had 5 priorities. Class size is $15. minimum wage, ESSER, DSEG, and some compensation retention. 3 of those actually we've moved on. So in July 1 of 2022, the board moved to make the minimum wage in TUSD $15 at that time. So we've been increasing that minimum wage every time that there's been a salary increase across the district. So for example, that 1% will be applied to the new minimum wage that we have as of now. ESSER positions in academic loss was presented to you in the winter of 2023 and the spring of 24. We addressed retention, compensation, and compression. The board approved an $11 million package back in the fall of 2022. In 23, there were 4 priorities: literacy and language, TUVA, ESSER positions, and capital funding. TUVA is now a self-sustaining school. It's been a self-sustaining school since the 23-24 school year. So we've been able to move it off of ESSER, and it is actually now completely running like any other school. Our ESSER positions, the board approved an academic loss position update in April of this year. With capital funding, one of the biggest successes is the committee recommended trying to pass a bond, and obviously our voters thankfully passed a $480 million bond last fall. In addition, in fiscal year 22 and 23, the board authorized over $30 million in additional capital investments. And you heard about some of those, like some of the fine arts investments, some of the investments in interscholastic. So we've had additional allocations come through. In 24, we looked at formula ratios, some DSEG reallocations, and employee benefits. And so we're reviewing campus positions. There was a request about fine arts positions. The district has been funding 70 FTE fine arts positions across the district through the Classroom Site Fund. With DSEG reallocations, we're going through a sustainability review of DSEG programs, and obviously our RTI teachers are now part of DSEG funding. When it comes to employee benefits, there have not been any employee increases in medical benefits for fiscal year 25 and the 3 prior fiscal years. So we're on our 4th year of no increases to employee health care. And as John Fernandez has mentioned before, the implementation of a healthcare task force. So we've got some action that's been coming through our priorities. For fiscal year 25, we've got 3 big ones. So you obviously heard about summer school. The request to provide evidence of the academic benefit of the program and funding strategies beyond fiscal year 25. So for the last several years, we've been wholly funding summer school with ESSER funding. Obviously, with the expiration of ESSER, the ability to pay a 100% every student attends model is far more restricted. So we need to take a look at what the future of summer school looks like in TUSD, because we know that is a program that is important to our families. Taking a look at administrative positions in schools. So reviewing positions like assistant principals, deans, and others, looking at the effectiveness of those, the ratios, and the funding. We've talked about the fact that some of those positions are now existing outside of the board adopted formulas, and what do those look like going forward? What is the future of some of these positions? The committee, we're recommending that the committee look at those. And then finally, something that the board was very vocal about last month was looking at student fees and the student fee schedules, looking at what the revenues that have been generated and the need and the use of the fees, not just, and we're talking about all of them: athletics, clubs, any of the fees that are paid by our students outside of the normal schedules that we have. We'd like the Budget Advisory Committee would be a great way to take a look at those and study those so that we can bring those back to the board at a future date. Finally, just a committee membership update. So as you know, the committee has currently 12, Yolanda? 12 members plus a board appointed member, a board liaison. Currently, though, we have 10, right? 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Not including Miss Rose. So she is the board liaison. You don't get to vote. But we have a few individuals who are not returning or who have resigned. We have a few individuals. My office contacted every one of these individuals and we either receive responses that they would like to continue and their terms are expiring, or will not be returning for one reason or another, or resigned before their term ended. The recommendation is to renew the terms for Jason Freed, for Stacy Gist, and for Xenia Vidal, whose terms expired May 11th of last year, and then open the remaining positions as vacant positions to receive applications that then the Budget Advisory Committee would then bring recommendations to you for appointment at a future date. So we still have a pretty robust committee, and we definitely would love to have Mr. Freed, Ms. Gist, and Ms. Vidal return to the committee next year. Other than that, I will take any comments, any questions that you may have.
Okay, board members, questions, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate you adding the fee schedule to the priorities for this fiscal year. I'm wondering if the board would be interested in also adding continuing to fund fine arts at every school. I've heard that one middle school has let go of their visual arts teacher. I know that we're not using ESSER anymore to fund the fine arts program, but if DSEG is also dwindling, I do want us to keep funding that and also boost those programs around our district that fine arts isn't like as strong in some regions or schools as it is at some schools that we have. As well, I would like this committee to look at funding PE, physical education at every school. I know that's still not happening yet in our district, and I hope we can get there. And then with that, funding gymnasiums, because some schools just don't have gyms, you know what I mean? And I'm shocked that some schools that do have PE don't have a gym. And I don't know how, those students are doing it. My daughter has PE, luckily, at her school, but they don't have a gymnasium. And so if we can get there, I know that's a big cost, but if they can look into that, because I think it's important for the whole school and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romero.
So just looking back at 2024 priorities, accomplished, let's look at some of these things. The employee benefits, was that 100% addressed, or do we need to still look at that for a future year, or is that kind of just took a back seat on I guess, priority-wise?
So the Budget Advisory Committee did ask for the board to evaluate essentially what that split is in terms of employer-employee, because we know, and the committee recognized the fact that it's not sustainable for the district to continue to essentially pay for the increases the employees are supposed to experience from the increases in benefits. However, that's part of what the healthcare task force is going to take a look at. That's part of what EBT will also start taking a look at when we start looking at plans going into the future. So it hasn't taken a back seat. The work is just kind of happening, below the radar. But it's, for example, a healthcare task force, I believe, is meeting this week. So there are different strategies taking place right now to have those conversations about the future of benefits going into the future. So it's definitely not disappeared, Mr. Romero. It's right there.
It's still here. There's just not going to be their priority. It's going to be another organization or another group that's going to focus on those.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ekstrom.
I would support Ms. Shaw's priorities for PE and continuing the fine arts, just to see what it looks like, and the gymnasium. I mean, I'm sure it's like a big wish list, but I would still like to see what that looks like. And then, do we know how many schools do not have a fine arts teacher?
I don't know off the top of my head how many do not have a fine arts teacher.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a count on that. I think we probably should do a presentation on that.
Okay.
Because we have to differentiate between OMA and standard TUSD arts. And so they're different numbers, right? The amount of elementary, middle, and K-8 schools that actually have a standalone OMA teacher versus those that have a regular sort of TUSD art and music teacher. So I'll put that on the docket for a future presentation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. And, I appreciate the suggestions. I think one of the strengths of the Budget Advisory Committee since its inception was to not just look at, how do we, how much money it takes to do something. Because that's something that Ricky can do by himself without having to have a whole committee to look at. But what the committee's strength has really been is to look at more complicated questions, not just how much it would take to fund more PE teachers, but what are some evidence-based interventions to really make a difference? So for example, for summer school, it's not just how much would it cost to include, everyone in summer school next year. We have that based on this year's expenses, but it's we're looking at, all right, so we have a limited budget now for summer school. What is the best way to use a budget that's limited to have interventions for the students that can use them the best? And so what is the evidence behind summer school? Is it just a great program to have that sounds good, or is there actually academic achievement that's coming for it? And so I think the Budget Advisory Committee is then equipped to work with staff through the model of the two meetings per topic that we created when we first put together this committee, where we start a topic, we figure out what the questions we need to answer, and then come back to the topic at the next meeting to answer those questions and come up with recommendations for the governing board. Same thing for administrative positions. We know we're above ratios in some of these positions, and what do we need to do to get them to ratios? Is there an improvement of outcomes in our schools that have better ratios than what we have approved? And is it worth it to keep it, or what do we need to do? And we have a number of administrators on this committee to help really drive in some of that as well. And I think on the student fee schedules, looking at what other districts are doing, what do we need to do? Are we actually using the money appropriately? And one thing I would potentially add on that one, I think is a small topic, but maybe make it larger, is to look at not just the student fee schedules, but all of the other money the schools are getting. So all the, you talk about these often, the tax credit money and other things, to get a better understanding of what we can use the money for, what schools are using and which schools are not using the funds. And so when we do have budget deficits, how can we use that money and guide the schools to be more effective. So one thing I would change with this would be to expand number 3 to include student fee schedules, but also include tax credit money and other donations and other funding sources for our schools, and what we can do to meet school needs in a more effective way.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I would like to, because as I'm looking at this here, so this past FY24 priorities, the staffing formula ratios, 70 FTE, fine arts funding, classroom. So maybe, and I hear both Dr. Shaw and then Ms. Ekstrom, Ms. Shaw on maybe there's one more thing we can add, and I don't know if that is being I don't want to say miscellaneous item, like number 4,
right.
But looking at something that is, look at fine arts and PE, or look at extracurriculars. I don't know how we could, title that, and maybe have them look at that wish list, seeing as I am the liaison. I mean, maybe it's just some, a conversation, and if they can get to it for this fiscal year, fantastic. If they cannot, then we can move it to the following fiscal. But if I wouldn't mind adding something like that for the budget advisory, just to even have a discussion on. So, okay. Any other questions on this? So this is an action item. It's a study action. So why don't we, this would be 2 votes, correct, Mr. Ross?
Well, you could join them together if you wanted to. You could have a multi-part motion, but I mean, It's up to you if you want to divide them out, to have separate discussions on them, separate motions.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Rose, you
Yes.
need 2 votes in terms of the membership and then the.
yes, correct. That's what I was thinking about doing.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea to do the membership separately.
Okay.
Sorry. So you're talking about different priorities or doing one at a time.
No, not. No, I don't want us here till midnight. Okay. So if we can real quickly pivot to any about the membership updates. Does anybody have any questions on that? And I'm assuming it would be the same process for the
Yeah, the
opening up
application.
the
The application is
process?
open on the committee's website. People can submit applications. They're still there. We have received some applications. They just came in after the committee finished its business, so they haven't been looked at. So those applications would then be forwarded to the committee once they start up, so that they can go through their process based on their charter to make recommendations.
Okay. Dr. Shaw.
So I'll move to renew the membership on the Budget Advisory Committee of Mr. Freed, Ms. Gist, and Ms. Vidal.
Second.
Okay. So moved by Dr. Shaw, second by Ms. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Ayes have it. So back to the priorities. I would move to approve the priorities for FY25 for the BAC with the added number 4 to add fine arts and PE reviewed by the committee. Ms. Shaw. Oh,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Shaw.
Gosh, I forgot to add something. Can we add librarians to this list? Because either librarians or putting more money towards our libraries. I know if you've seen the budget, the library book purchases per year is like less than 50,000. If that, it's really low. And so I wonder if we can have the committee look into funding our libraries, both staffing of librarians and giving them money to purchase more books.
Well,
Mr.
don't
Rose?
want to give, yes.
Can you respond?
Yeah, yes,
It's-
go
That
ahead,
was in
Dr. Shaw.
2023. We did that in 2023. So the literacy and language proficiency was specifically came from all the feedback about library and librarians. So we looked at not just one issue, we looked at the broader scope of literacy and language proficiency, including libraries and librarians. So that was already done.
2020.
And that's when I was a board liaison, so I do remember those meetings that we covered that.
Literacy and language proficiency.
I think it was 23.
Yeah, it was 23. Mhm.
It's slide 4.
And that was about funding librarians specifically, not just literacy and language proficiency.
We looked at the best ways to address literacy and language, and we talked about libraries and librarians in that topic.
Okay. And if you could refresh my memory, the committee decided that librarians and libraries weren't the path to literacy.
Well, the conclusion was looking at the best formats and best evidence, which was small group instruction, evidence-based curriculum, and teacher training programs.
Right, and most of that was handled through ESSER funds, I imagine.
And then we're funding even today, or today's discussion about RTIs led directly from the discussions and back in 2023.
Okay, well, I mean, this isn't like, we're not, this is just a study, I guess, for them to do, and I still would like them to look into funding librarians and putting more money forth to our libraries. And so I know there's a motion on the table currently, so I'd like to amend the motion and add funding or recommending the recommendation priorities to also include librarians and more money allocated to each school library.
I think that dies for a lack of a second, and the only reason I didn't, Ms. Shaw, because I'm wondering if we can put that underneath administrative positions in schools. because it is an administrative position. At least I would think so.
Not really.
So we could, it could still go under that. It means we're directing the BAC to review those positions, and that would include librarians.
I'm not sure if librarians fall under administrative, but.
Well, I mean, review assistant principal, deans, and others, they could be, I would imagine the others.
Will they know that we kind of hoped that they might look into librarians with the others? Because I just.
Well, I mean, we can add the wording to librarians. We don't have to have
If
others.
you tell me that the motion includes librarians, we will tell them it's librarians.
I wouldn't support that because we've already looked at it, and that's not the best way to use district resources, is what the conclusion was. And so we've already looked at that issue in the Budget Advisory Committee.
I think data would contradict that, but.
Yes, Dr. Shaw.
So I will make an amendment to update number 3 to expand it to include extra all the other funds, the ones what are they called? They're called
So gifts and donations, extracurricular tax credits, auxiliary funds. So
so I would make an amendment to update number 3 to include a look at those funds, as typically asking, like, just making sure we have a good understanding of how those funds are used, how the decisions are made, and recommendations on kind of our role as a board to support schools and making sure they're used best for student outcomes.
Okay. Well, I will second that amendment. So, since he hasn't amended after her amended, so where am I in the vote? Oh, that's true. That one died for lack of a second.
On the table is Dr.
Right,
Shaw.
so we have a first order amendment now.
Okay. So, all those in favor for the amendment, Dr. Shaw, and adding the other fees? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it. And then the original amendment, where it will also be adding for the BAC to also review fine arts and PE.
That was the original motion.
Yeah.
So that's not an amendment, that's the original
Oh,
motion
that's the,
that you
I'm
made.
sorry, the original motion. Thank you.
So now we're back to the motion as amended now.
Yeah, okay. So the motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think it passes. Thank you very
Good job.
much. Sorry.
Got through it.
We got there.
Do I?
Great.
You'll give me your notes later, though, right?
Yes, I will give you notes. We'll talk. And I don't have Mr. Ross staring at me, so I think we did okay. Okay. Because he does. All right, so let's go to 8.2, approval of the draft 2025 political agenda in whole or in part of the Arizona School Boards Association, ASBA, and direct the district's delegate to the ASBA Delegate Assembly to represent the board's determined position. So I will just take this as I am the delegate for this year for the meeting that is happening September 7th. Hopefully, board members, you've had a chance to review. They do this every year, so it's not a surprise. It's usually something from what they took the year before, and the legislative committee, ASBA's legislative committee will work with staff to revise any policy from the year before. And we're all familiar with that as we do that in our own board meetings as well. So I open it up for board members for any questions.
I'll move the item.
All right. I will second, but discussion, Ms. Shaw.
Yes, so, I was a delegate at one point, so we can just want to clarify that, are we being asked to approve of you going to this assembly, or items for you to bring up at the delegate assembly, Mr. Ross?
So I've already been voted as the delegate. We
Okay.
already did that
I
last
see,
meeting.
right.
So this is their suggested policy for the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, great.
And so whatever things that you have an issue with or want to emphasize, that's something that you like,
right,
then that's what we do.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. So I saw a lot of great things on this document. One thing that I do want to potentially add for you to bring up to see if the delegates would entertain is funding physical education at all schools. And also, let's just add in libraries as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm making my notes here. Okay. Board members, any other discussion? And I do believe, Mr. Ross, if board members keep reviewing this before the 7th, they can let me know they can send me a note or.
I wouldn't see any problem with board members giving you their own thoughts on what you'd want to bring up at this delegate meeting.
Okay. So if you want to have a little bit more time, so if you want to review that a little bit further and then just let me know what you would like, please you know how to reach me.
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item passes. Thank you very much. Okay, I do believe we're on the last item of the evening, 9.1, cost estimates and policy considerations for the purchase and installation of lockers for middle schools and high schools. Dr. Trujillo.
Okay, I'd like to welcome our Director for Facilities, Greg Meyer, just to talk a little bit about what cost estimates after that rather gloomy budget discussion. We've got probably some gloomy price estimates here for the potential addition of lockers. Nonetheless, I want to thank Greg and his team for putting together this information. I do know that we have received some public commentary that, hey, you have lockers already. Yes and no. We have a lot of lockers that are in storage that aren't operable. They're no longer serviceable. They're no longer able to be dispatched. But we also have some lockers that are. And so to be able to outfit the entire district, it would be a combination of using operational lockers that we have in surplus, but then unfortunately having to also buy new. So with that, I'll send it over to you, Mr. Meyer.
Okay, thank you very much. And hello again. So we'll go ahead and we'll talk about the lockers here. And okay, Gene, thank you very much. So here is a summary that we got from the high schools. And so what I want to focus in on the schools that don't even have lockers at all. So if we take a look at it, we can see up there in the right-hand corner, Innovation Tech, they don't have lockers and they have no intention of getting them. Tucson High, they only have lockers in their PE department. And then let's see, the other one was, Rincon. Rincon, actually, I did double check that, and they do actually have lockers at Rincon. They're about 1,000 like the rest of the schools, but I need to come back to them. They don't use the lockers at all, but I have some additional information on Rincon that I think will be helpful to kind of understand the whole context of the locker situation. So then the rest of those schools up there like Catalina, Cholla, Palo Verde, Santa Rita, I checked with all them. I talked to the principals, and the principals told me that they do have they have some use there, but it's very low indeed. And so, but the majority of the lockers are functional. There's definitely some that have to be fixed, but I think on the most part we could say, the general statement would be that the majority are not in that bad a shape. They could be used, is really what it comes down to for the high school. So for all of those up there, again, including Sabino, I think I forgot to mention them, but it's the same situation where they have a lot of lockers that they can use, but again, the requests to use them is very, very low. So the next slide here, this is the middle schools. We were asked to take a look at the middle schools as well. So you can see that, Dodge, they don't even have any lockers. McGee, they have about 1,250. That's a pretty big school over there. They don't use them. Mansfield, they only have 27 lockers, and they use them for storage. And then, of course, Wakefield is coming in at 0, along with Seacrest. And then Pister has about 150, but the usage there is very low. And then Valencia has a 650. And actually, I think Principal Stacy has asked me twice now to just simply remove them, but we haven't been able to get to that. But anyway, so I know that they would be in favor of not even having the lockers there as well. So another thing that I just wanted to show you here, we'll go to the next slide, because these are just some of the comments that we read on the survey that we got back. And so, the one here is talking about, it might be nice to have the lockers just so the kids would have a place to put their phones. The next one is from a middle school, and again, they would just as soon have them removed, as they don't use them. And they talked about the laptop computers and all this. I'm going to get into that just a little bit more. But, the hallways are too small anyway to have lockers in them. And, where if they do have lockers, it's usually in the PE areas. And then this last one here is about the kids really aren't carrying books anymore because we're on the one-to-one devices. And so there really isn't a need for them to be lugging books around. And so that all made sense to me. But what I wanted to talk a little bit more about was just what the input that I got from Rincon, because what Rincon said, and this was that prior to COVID, they were still using the lockers. But then after they got back from COVID, they said, well, why are we even doing this? Because, we've got the one-to-one initiative going on. And so the kids don't need the books anymore. So anyway, so what they decided to do then was to not even offer them, is what it was. And these are the lockers that are in the hallways. They're not like back in the PE areas. And they also said there too that the band room and the orchestra, they use lockers because they have some equipment and so forth that they want to store. And so that made sense there, at least to me. But so there's just particular places where they're actually using them, but not out in the hallways. And another thing that never really occurred to me either is that they said by eliminating the lockers, you've just improved the safety aspects of things, simply because then you don't have a place to put alcohol, drugs, and so forth, okay? So they said it was a security improvement for them. So that was an interesting comment. And then lastly, they just said that they'd really like to have the lockers removed because Rincon, and I think most of us realize that over at Rincon, they don't even really have a good place to display their trophies and so forth. And so they would like to have the lockers removed. And I think those are the ones that are closer, kind of up and around a little closer to the admin areas and all that, so that they could use that space for potentially to display trophies and other items of interest to the school. And that's really, to me, I mean, that's really a great thing, just to have a place to kind of show off what you've done over the years. Because like Santa Rita, for example, as you probably know, they have a wonderful trophy area there at Santa Rita when you come in. And it's just really great to see all that. So that's what they would really like to do. But my mission here was to just make sure that you know what we found out just by taking the surveys and what the schools were actually saying. So the feedback we got is that they're in their opinion, it doesn't look like they really even have a need for them. And so they're really not in favor of continuing them, and they'd really just like to have them removed. So with that, I can certainly have Ricky come up and give you a little bit more information about what it would take on the financial side. So I'm going to turn it over to Ricky. Thank you.
Hi again. So we, based on the recommendations and kind of taking a look at what the facilities team is recommending, this is the cost estimate for every middle school and every high school in the district. We took a look at 3 different vendors. We made some estimates for 2 of them in terms of installation. One vendor includes the cost of installation as part of its quote, which is why the cost approaches $7 million. They are obviously the most expensive one. Schoollockers.com, we're buying the lockers from them, but then we're hiring a company, Chase, to come in and actually do the installation. We're assuming about a $670,000 price tag to do that. We have to provide locks to every one of the students, right? Because the lockers are district property, and we have to be able to get into them if an administrator needs to do so. So the locks have to be purchased by the district as well. So they range anywhere between almost $2.5 million to just under $7 million to get this done across every one of the schools that are on here. This is based on the actual capacity, not the enrollment. So I gave you the enrollment for those schools. Obviously, the capacity for a lot of them, for every one of them, is much greater than that. But the idea is obviously we have to provide one locker for every one of those potential students who would enroll at that campus. So that's why the number could potentially change if we use the current enrollment, but the danger behind that is you end up with fewer lockers than you have kids at that point. So this is specifically would have to be a capital expense. So this would have to be from the capital outlay budget. The capital outlay budget is completely allocated this year. So we'd have to find another source of funding within the district that can provide for capital funding in order to do this. And to just kind of tack on to a point that Greg made, this only includes essentially book lockers, hall lockers. This doesn't include gym lockers or lockers in the orchestra rooms and things like that. This is strictly for those hallway lockers. So, any questions?
Dr. Shaw.
I have a couple of questions. So first, in terms of this, and like kind of this is about like buying new lockers for every school, not using existing lockers. So, Mr. Meyer, you didn't include like Aliceville Middle School in your presentation, but like I know that going down those hallways with my daughter there, like there's already lockers on the hallway. Are those like not usable at all? Do we need to like start from scratch, or can we repair the ones that we have and just put new locks on them?
Yeah, I think that whatever we have, we can certainly look at, especially when we take a look at the cost of buying new, we can certainly renovate the ones that we need to fix. So, I mean, it would be a lot lower cost than it would be to go out and just try to replace those.
Dr. Trujillo.
Disclosure, we haven't done a full-on comprehensive assessment on just how many of the lockers are actually operational and workable. Many of them are. But we certainly do have some schools where we have some lockers in disrepair. So I think we're going to have to do and then we're going to have to set that against this particular list, in terms of the specific schools that actually have turnkey lockers that with minimal reparation, or the repair, we can open them up, we can use them. And then I also think that there might be some fungibility in terms of, for example, like Santa Rita. Let's say that we did new lockers there. That's a school that's built for 2,000 students. We're not going to have 2,000 students enroll at Santa Rita. We shouldn't purchase 2,000 lockers for Santa Rita. Now, I could see maybe doing 100 over where they're currently at and maybe buying more as we need. So I think there's a little more work that we can do on sort of both ends in terms of doing a really hard, comprehensive review of how many of these schools, because I've been in some of our schools where the lockers don't work. And it's like you try to open them and they're jammed, and the principal showed me. And others, they're older, but yeah, they do work in order to really get a true read on what the overall cost is. Secondly, in full disclosure to those of you watching, we have not done comprehensive outreach to the student body. We have not asked them, do you want lockers? We've heard from a couple of parents here called to the audience. I've certainly gotten emails from parents. But I do think that what's missing is a real comprehensive outreach to students. Like, if we're going to spend this money, given our financial situation, I really want to make sure that it's a student need. And I appreciate that our administrators, as adults, don't want them. that's fine. I kind of want to hear from the students, right? The young people, because look, okay, so students aren't carrying books. That I don't see that all the time, especially with a lot of our AP kids. As I visit high school campuses, I see a lot of them carrying a lot of books. And I also see a lot of our athletes and our extracurricular students carrying these big bags. And so being able to have a place to put them, I would also challenge one of the comments that showed up in the survey that by removing the lockers, we are going to be addressing the flow of contraband and drugs and alcohol into the schools. We've been lockerless now at most of our schools for a long time. I certainly have not seen a slowdown of contraband coming into schools. So I don't think that the presence of lockers is going to contribute, just based off of what we've seen here. I don't think it's going to contribute to an increase in contraband coming in.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. And I appreciate you pushing against some of the comments because, some of these I'm not sure how accurate they are, like district-wide. I do think we can, or we should, do more of a comprehensive study. Like this number's, it's pretty big, and then compared to how many lockers you've at least checked around the district that are still functional. I'd imagine that number should go down. But, if we move forward and continue to study this, I would like us to have caveat with their use and maybe incentivize it for students where, you have to have C and above grades. You have to attend class regularly, not be tardy regularly. And so I think we can, get students excited that lockers are coming back or could be coming back to our district, and express that you have to hit these variables in order to be given the privilege of having a locker.
Dr. Shaw.
Can I ask about books, Dr. Trujillo? So every time we've adopted a lot of curriculums over this last year, I think social studies and science curriculums, and every time we adopt the curriculums, we have this stack of books that we're looking at and flipping through as they're making their presentations. Like, our students not getting physical books? Is everything just on their tablets and stuff? Or
they're still getting physical books. Okay, so we're the curriculum products that we have been adopting. They have virtual supplemental editions where students can access content online that accompany the actual hard copy workbooks and standalone texts that they do receive. So it's a question of, what do they take home? How many of them do they take home? I know a lot of our teachers prefer that the classroom sets stay inside of the classroom and the students, use the accompanying virtual software. So we are still using a lot of textbooks. I would like us to be a little bit more paperless, but we're not necessarily there yet on a wide scale.
Ms. Ekstrom, I had up.
I just think before we even try to discuss this, we should have a more thorough information on which lockers work and which don't. So, I would suggest that this come back and then we have a real discussion on costs and then figure it out from there. And then also, I think, going to the students and speaking with them and seeing what that looks like. But I do appreciate the time that was put into this, but I just don't think we have all of the information now.
I would like to say, as one of the board members here who has a high school student that is in extracurricular and doesn't have lockers at Rincon to use. I mean, you see them we just had open house, and they're all there. I asked her, and again, she doesn't speak for all teenagers, but I take the pulse. I asked, would you be interested in if Rincon brought back lockers? She said, maybe. That was her, her thing was, it depended on where her locker was and if it was actually useful. And she thought maybe it might take up too much time as it is, because there's such a short passing period between classes. And if you're in a big campus like Rincon and she's got one class in the T building, then she has to head all the way over to the band room, how's she going to, so it's those things. And as I thought about it, I was like, oh, well, I was able to do it, but things are different now. So that was going to be my suggestion, to ask the students before we start investing any money. Ask the students, is this, going to be for you? Because she is an extracurricular, and she is, she's got a locker in the band room. But otherwise, her friends that don't, are they even going to want one? So I would really like to start there, and also with my colleagues said, and seeing if any of these lockers are actually viable. All right. Board Member, Mr. Romero.
I think Ms. Ekstrom had a really good, find out what the kids want first before we spend our time and energy on going and checking out how many lockers are out there. Let's get the pulse on that, and then also other administrators. And then if we do get a lot of the students wanting to put lockers in there, then I think we can do our due diligence. Go to the school sites and check to see what it is. I just don't want to see us to do a lot of legwork on going to these schools, because how many lockers did you say we have? That's a lot of lockers to check at these different campuses before we know that it's even going to be advantageous to follow up with this topic.
Well, one thing that I probably should add is that part of that Rincon conversation was they alluded to what you just said about how when you're in the passing period and you have to go to a locker and pick something up, things kind of, chit chat and all this going on, and just that social aspect of that. And I kind of remember that. It was a long time ago, but that's exactly what would happen. Is you'd go get your stuff and you run into somebody, and then are you going to get to the class on time? And like you said, going all the way across the campus, that would kind of slow it down. So that was one of the other comments, and I apologize, I forgot to put that in there as part of a statement that we got from Rincon. So it's true.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Yeah, that's definitely something to consider, passing periods and all that. But I think we should look at it also just like as a whole day. Students can keep things like hygiene products in lockers. They can keep like a coat or something. So it might not be something that they go to each period, you know what I mean? It could be something they, hit up their locker at lunch or something like that to get something out of there or put something in. And then when they either leave or enter school. So yeah, I certainly hope we can bring this back with a more in-depth presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? All right, thank you. Dr. Trujillo, I think, if we can take the temperature of the students first before we make any move would be prudent. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you as always. All right, I do believe we are at future meeting dates and agenda items. Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, President Luna Rose, the biggest items that we have coming up is we've got employee consensus agreements coming at us in a couple of weeks. We also hope to have a pretty in-depth performance and visual arts school staffing report, so we can take a look at where our schools stand with music and art teachers. So a couple of items coming up end of the month.
Okay. All right, Ms. Shaw.
I would like to add to a future agenda reconsideration of the priorities for the EDI Advisory Committee, as well as a study action on our communication strategy, which would be outside of the superintendent's report, to talk about how we communicate with our parents, our community, for like governing board meetings, public hearings, and issues at each school site, whether we utilize robocalls or how we can better improve our communication.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. We'll add that for future items. Okay, barring anything else, I wish everybody a good evening. Thank you.
Jerry.
got one?
Thank you.
Okay.